make sense.
Me and Frank Turk are buddies. Go back a long ways. Frank and I went to separate schools together. Think about that. Welcome everyone. It's Theist Thursday. The link's in on the top of the live stream chat. Just press it and you're in and we can talk. But before we do that, well, you can call in anytime, but I want to go through some comments here on my YouTube video. And I was really encouraged the other day because someone actually admitted they were wrong about something. Is this too big? No, you can read this, right? This is from the video, Is It Impossible to Convert PineCreek? And I said, no, it's not impossible to convert me. I have markers like you heal an amputee in front of my face, you light up a water-soaked napkin, you raise the dead in front of me, you got my attention, my whole worldview will be smashed to smithereens, and if you do it in the name of Jesus or the name of Allah, then whatever religion does that, I will take that seriously and start investigating and see what form of it is correct and if I should follow it. But I would believe it's true, or at least my confidence would be raised as true. Anyhow, this guy named Scott, damn it. Who has a last name, damn it? Anyhow, he says, Doug, you're the one who's lying. Direct quote from you. If I became convinced that Christianity was true, I would have to reject it and say, I reject the truth. Come on now, stop projecting your dishonesty onto others. This sounds really bad, right? Oh, oops. PineCreek got caught. When did he say that? Asked Zap Brannigan. Everyone should reject Christianity, says Mark Newman, but this is not the issue. The issue is, did I really say that and in what context? So I said, and I remembered, Scott's referring to my interview with Hayden Clark, where I said I didn't want to live forever, and if Christianity entailed living forever and there was no hell, I would believe it is true, but I would have to reject it. But if there was no choice to live forever in either heaven or hell, then I would have to choose heaven. Here's the full quote. But it seems like if you do, this is Hayden speaking, if you do not want to live forever and Christianity entails living forever, that you really don't want Christianity to be true, right? And I said, yeah, that's true. If I became convinced Christianity is true, I would have to reject it and say I reject the truth, just like Satan, because Satan knows it's true, but it still rejects it. So in other words, there's a difference between believing something's true and then following it. And I would say, sorry, God, I'm going to take door number 2. But if door number 2 is living forever in hell, then I'm kind of stuck, meaning that between those two bad options, I would choose heaven. And then Scott Dammit says, interesting. I wasn't aware of the additional context, so I appreciate you sharing that. While I still think it points to the fact that conversion would be incredibly unlikely, I would have to agree then that saying it would be impossible would be the more hyperbolic than actually true. And then I said, I gave him a little jab here, I admit. So you went from, Doug, you're the one lying, to, I wasn't aware of the additional context. And Scott says, yes, the video I saw must have been clipped out of context and you provide the missing context. I see no reason to continue on with the accusation that you're lying. You explained it quite well and that changes my opinion. Simple misunderstanding. I apologize for the accusation and appreciate you clearing it up. And I gave him a little heart. I gave him some love. And then I asked him, can you provide a link where you saw this? And then he did somewhere down here. Actually, I haven't seen the rest of this. And this guy says, no, you would not convert to Christianity. You reject the core teachings of the Bible. But there's people like Pete Enns, Blocked Ban Reported, who have a very weird and interesting interpretations of the Bible. Well, maybe not weird, but I'd probably become a Pete Enns type Christian. Just when PineCreek finishes slapping Scott out of the park, you come to present your cheek to get the same treatment with. What is all this? What? How come I haven't seen this before? So yeah, the bottom line is there are things that I could see, experience, learn, hear, whatever, that would change my mind. But the thing is that the things I have that would change my mind are of such high quality and standards that Christians hate it when I say it. Or Muslims. I've actually had Muslims complain about me too, that they won't say it this way, but that my standards are so high. Why don't you believe ancient texts, Doug? Why do you need something today, Doug? Don't you know only evil people ask for signs? You're evil, Doug. I think I'm very reasonable. I think in any other religion, if you wanted to believe, if you're a Catholic and you wanted to believe Islam is true, you would need to see something major. I mean, major, double E, major, major. You wouldn't just say, oh, yeah, okay, well, that's sort of convincing. No. I'm a Catholic. I believe Christianity is true. And for me to abandon that and go to Islam, I mean, I would have to see something amazing.
I don't know. Something amazing, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Something amazing you would have to see. Hang on. Allah's calling me. Okay, that was Allah. He has my number. He explained to me that I'm exactly right. I'm on the right track, and that I shouldn't listen to holy texts alone. That demonstration is the best way to go. That's Allah speaking, not me. And he said he loved the channel. Doug is extending his car's warranty. Well, that's the beauty about becoming a Muslim. You get eternal life plus extended cars. Your car's warranty is extended, and your soul's extended, really. The room's open for anybody to click on. Thank goodness for lip reading. Yeah, can anybody guess who I was talking to and what I was saying using lip reading? Oh, I'd be amazed if maybe there's a hearing impaired person here who can lip read. Does the existence of God necessitate worship? Of course not, Jeff. That's the point. You can believe something is true, like Christianity, and still not follow it because you think it's evil. But if you think Christianity is true and that the definition of evil comes out of Christianity, then you're kind of stuck, right? You can't really call it evil. You just say, my preference is not to follow it. I won't be coming on because PineCreek will be shaking in his boots. Well, thank you, Rory, for considering my feelings. Man, speaking of feelings, this morning I've watched and read. There's a lot of people who hate me. Maybe not. Hate's maybe the wrong word. No, there's definitely some people who hate me, but people love me when they see me kind of making their favorite groups of people that they don't like let's say evangelical fundamentalist Christianity, when they see me kind of beating up on them and making them look foolish or whatever, or causing them cognitive then they're like, yay, Doug. But when I talk about their cherished group of people, boo, Doug. I mean, come on. But I must admit, it makes me feel good to be hated in a way. And maybe it's because then I know I'm not in a bubble when my own in-group starts to hate me, if I have an in-group. There is no such thing as an atheist community, by the way. Get that through your thick skulls. No such thing as the atheist community. Get rid of that idea. You cannot have a community based on a non-belief of a god or deity. You can't. If you meet an atheist on the street and you're an atheist, you got nothing in common with them except for you don't believe in any gods exist. That's it, which is not saying anything. Oh yeah, we have this non-belief we share. I mean, That's nothing. Okay? So don't be the type of atheist that's, I'm in the atheist community and we do X. No, that's nonsense. This is why people like Richard Carrier years ago try to come up with Atheist Plus, because they realize what I just said is true. So we need to buffer on other things. Remember the old days of 50% dislike video? Yeah, I have a few videos at 50% dislike, but they were like when I did Why I No Longer Go to Church, and then their whole congregation would come and watch it and listen for 5 minutes and then press the dislike button and then leave. Doug using word violence to cause harm. Yes, it's okay to cause harm sometimes, because that's how we find out what the truth is. Did Galileo cause harm by saying that the earth revolved about the sun? He sure tootin' did. Galileo caused a lot of harm. He had people question their most fundamental beliefs about the universe. Galileo made people cry. So yes, words can make people cry, but sometimes that's good because it helps us figure out what the truth is. The atheist community of Austin is a community. Well, yeah, because it's of Austin. What do they share in common? Everyone's from Austin, Texas. And they all probably vote the same way, eat the same foods, and wear the same flip-flops. Oh, I'm so glad I'm funny and make myself laugh because, wherever I go, I'm there. We do have some things in common, but not always. But usually we don't depend on a book. No, there's almost nothing in common amongst atheists other than a shared disbelief or claim that there is no God. That's it. So stop getting on your high horse that you're representing an atheist community or you're in an atheist community. It does not exist. You have no community, atheists. Your community is your bowling league. Your community is a certain activism group you're in, which I would say the atheist experience is. It's an activism group, really. Your community is your poker nights. Your community is your AA meetings or whatever drugs you atheists do. Oh, I'm feeling punchy tonight, guys. This morning, wherever you are. But I'm feeling more punchy against atheists than theists. So theists, feel free to call in and let's beat up on atheists together, should we? Shall we? Actually, that's a good idea. Theists, call in and I'll help you beat up on atheists. It's fun. Let's see how many atheists we can make cry today. Does PineCreek own any flip-flops? No, true story. I own one pair of, in Canada we call them runners, but in the United States they call them running shoes. I own one pair of running shoes, one pair of regular type shoes, slip-ons, but they're not flip-flops. They're like nice dress shoes. And then one pair of really fancy dress shoes. Is that true? I own 3 pairs of shoes. I'm not kidding here. I just realized this. I own 3 pairs of shoes. Which proves to everyone listening, I'm a real man. If you have 30 pairs of shoes as a man, I question your manhood. Can anybody beat that here? Does anybody have less than 3 pairs of shoes? Hang on, do I have slippers? I might have a pair of slippers, but do they count as shoes? Are slippers shoes? I live in the desert, although there is monsoon seasons. So in monsoon seasons, Yeah, I could use rubber boots. Work boots? No, I don't have work boots. I used to have work boots when I lived on the farm. I have 29 pairs of shoes. Real men don't even have any shoes, says Guy Montauk. Yeah, there you go. Now you're talking. JB, how are you doing?
Hello.
You are new to this channel. I've never seen you before. And is that
Yes,
that's right? Like we've never talked before?
yes. And I'm very surprised actually that I made it here because it's just like about the first time that I joined the live stream from you and I just clicked on that link and I'm right in here. So that's actually surprising to me.
No, not surprising. I'm just a small YouTube channel with no real followers, and so
Oh.
so you just basically hopped on a loser channel right now, and now we can talk.
I wouldn't put it that way, but if you want, so yeah.
So JB, are you a theist?
I'm kind of on the edge right now, so I'm exposing myself to a lot of atheist stuff on content on YouTube if you want so, and I'm making up my mind at that process. I mean, I don't want to let go of the how would you say it, of the idea of an afterlife and all that combined, and that people and human beings are something special more than just matter. Actually, I don't know, there's a high philosophy behind that, but I'm struggling intellectually, if you want to call it that way. This is like my state of mind.
And what type of theist are you struggling with? I'm like, are you Christian, Muslim,
I'm Christian,
Christian?
or I would still consider myself being Christian. So
Können Sie Deutsch sprechen?
yes, it's actually my first language is German.
Yeah.
I guess you can hear it.
Yeah, I can hear it.
I'm so sorry for my bad English in advance.
No.
because I'm like
Your English is fine. It's better
I
than.
hope I can be understood. I think it's enough to just communicate, just to understand each other.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this.
Mm.
Why not just stay in Christianity and just anything that you're struggling with intellectually, just try to fit it in, just try to make it work through harmonization or.
I wouldn't just try to harmonize it. Like my way to go right now is just to ignore it in some kind of way and just not to subscribe to strict Christianity, like a tribe, like a gang or something. To just like to live a more open theistic concept of Christianity, still inspired by teachings of Jesus, for example, but not very. I mean, I wouldn't want to subscribe to every piece of theology that has been put into Christianity over the 2000 years. I mean, it was just a whole all too human process from my point of view. So maybe it has a real core inside of it, but like it was too much of human influence and stuff like that, which means I don't have to believe every single point of it,
Is it more the intellectual cognitive stuff that is causing you to doubt Christianity, or is it more the consequences if you leave? Like you mentioned, it's hard for you to really accept that we're just matter or composed of matter.
That's actually a good question. I mean, it's just like you've been grown up you've been raised this way. Everyone in your family basically believes it, and it would be like just like really changing the whole premise or the whole foundations of your life, which you just let go of the idea, all the rituals. I mean, for example, Christmas, visiting the family, going to church and stuff like that.
Are you married?
No.
Okay, well, that's good. I mean, it's good because of this topic, what we're talking about right now, but you're not lonely, are you? Do you want me to find you a wife?
Why not? I would never say no.
Okay, if there's any on the edge Christian women listening right now, you prefer women, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh yeah, because you're a true Christian. No, I'm kidding. Okay, well, let's get into the nitty gritty then. And I'm not going to try to deconvert you here. Okay, so I want you might think that's sneaky of me, but I'm just being honest here. What the cognitive stuff, not the consequential stuff, but what's the biggest thing, the first thing that pops in your head that you have a problem with Christianity?
I mean, this wouldn't be like a showstopper for me, but I already let go. It might be one of the first things that died along my deconversion process is the concept of hell. Apparently, I mean, this is already dead. Like the convention, I don't know what actually the theological convention or like the most
Okay, but that one's
unique
easy,
position.
JB. That one's
Yeah,
easy.
yeah,
Just become a
okay.
universalist.
No, I mean like the concept of hell, the Christian hell. I don't know. Actually, it might be like a debated topic.
It
I don't know
is.
what's.
It's
Yes.
a very debated topic. I can point.
Okay.
There's a guy named Chris. What's his name? Chris Date. There's a guy named Chris Date. He has a YouTube channel, and he can provide you with good scriptural reasons to think that hell is, number one, not eternal. That's not eternal conscious torment, and that well, I'm not actually 100% sure if he's a universalist, but he doesn't believe in ECT. He doesn't believe in eternal conscious torment, but he does believe, I think, in justice and that people, might go through some pain at first or some punishment at first, but then everybody will either end up in heaven or some people who don't want to go to heaven will be annihilated.
All right. That would be actually the way I would still see it. If I mean, I'm still considering myself as Christian. I don't want to sound too deconverted right now, but like this is actually the way I still view it, and I would still find it reasonable to think that way, even in Christian terms, because this is what the scripture kind of gives you if you wanted to intellectually honest evaluate what the situation is like from the point of view of
Well, I
Christianity.
I personally think, as an atheist that and a former Christian, that ECT is actually the correct view. But if you're a Christian who's doubting and hell's the big issue for you, you can always just fall into universalism or in that people are annihilated. Okay, what's another issue that you struggle with?
Yeah, but let me still just pick up one last question about that ECT stuff.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned the term intellectually honest. So would you believe would you say that it's intellectually dishonest for a Christian not to believe in ECT? Or do you think like a theology, for example, if you compare it to Islam, I mean, for Islam, it would be very dishonest to say, well, it's
Yes.
just all metaphorical. But for Christianity, would you find it reasonable?
Well, I do think there are reasonable Christians who don't believe in ECT. Now, the reason why I think ECT is the correct interpretation of hell is because of the parable of the rich man and Lazarus in the Gospel of Luke. So if Jesus actually said that,
Okay.
then, and like a lot of parables, Jesus talks about farmers are real. Talks about landowners and kings and queens. It's a parable, but yet still based on reality. And in that parable, I think Jesus is making it clear that there's this reality of heaven and hell and a separation between the two, and that it's eternal, and that one is really, really bad. Yeah.
Yes.
So
Bad like annihilation or not getting saved. But I get your point. I mean, it's probably it can be looked at either way. So
yeah.
there's still room for interpretation. And
But the point is there is room for interpretation, and you can still be intellectually honest with yourself and be a Christian, a universalist, a Christian annihilism or conditionalist. Okay, what's another issue that you have with Christianity?
like just the basic stuff, the divine hiddenness or problem of instruction and stuff like that. Just and all sorts of variations from it. Like the big and how would you call it? The birth lottery, like the way that people are born at different places in the world, which just determine their religion.
Okay, well, let's
So
take
it might be
those.
too random.
So the last thing you said, you'll find Christians in almost every part of the world. Christianity is growing the most in China right now, which is a communist, atheistic type country. So I agree that there's definitely way more non-Christians in China, but if you look at the growth rates and so forth. So yes, where you're born is a good predictor of what you may become, but you can point to many exceptions. And what was the first thing you said? Divine hiddenness.
Divine hiddenness, yeah. I mean, it's like basically as old as the idea of God himself. So these two are always linked together.
So you've never had an experience of God or Jesus?
Well, you could subscribe every event you have to like a supernatural cause if you just want to you learn for a test and then you write a good and then you have good results and be like, oh, thank you God that you helped me, but actually you just learn for it. So and if your healing process or like your sick grandmother gets healed, I mean, you can subscribe everything to Jesus. I think it's like to God more specifically, more not specifically. So it's just, I would say, a matter of like how you would see it.
Yeah.
Like you could view it as a rational person, and you can view it as a
I agree with you.
miracle in the other point.
I agree that you can
And you
interpret.
can falsify either way. Like it's
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Yeah. But what about Jesus was on earth 2,000 years ago? He talked, he walked, he ate with people, he did miracles. He wasn't hidden.
Well, even if you would be alive at that time, you could still doubt that he is like the Messiah, which people did. Like it wasn't still obvious, like perfectly revealed in that sense.
Well, let me ask you right now, how confident are you that Jesus was God and rose from the dead? On a scale of
How
0 to
confident I am.
100.
Well, that's actually very granular. So let me think. Let's put it like 80,
80% right now.
80%. I mean, I think the historical events, even if you view it just historically, are at least weird, I guess. Or how would you see it? I mean, I've dealt with it historically. I wouldn't argue that it should be a historical event, because obviously the rational explanation is way more reasonable
Okay,
than
but this
the
is
resurrection.
JB. You're confusing me a little, because 80% is still
All right.
a pretty high number, and so far you've been better at arguing against Christianity than me. So why are you so high?
Well, because I put a leap of faith in it. It's just like the way thing that I just tried to describe right now, with viewing certain things as historical or rational, or even just even if it might not be reasonable to put a leap of faith in it. Like maybe something helped me, or like someone is with me helping me with my tests or something like that, let him get me good grades or results and stuff like that. Even if it's not reasonable, I just want to just like leave the possibility open that there might be something supernatural, even if I could always see it as rational. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But like for me personally, if I hope something is true, like the Arizona Cardinals is a football team here in Arizona, and they're really bad this season, but I can still hope that they're going to win the Super Bowl. They might even be out of it by now. But if someone were to ask me, what's your confidence that the Cardinals are going to win the Super Bowl? It wouldn't be 80%, even though I can still have that hope, right? So you can still hope that Christianity is true, that Jesus is still there for you. But why 80%? You mentioned faith.
Okay, I get it. It's like confidence, how sure I am, because yes, like obviously, if you believe something to be true, the probability gets higher, So because probably because I believe it's true, or I want to believe it's true, the probability, the confidence level increases. So otherwise, I wouldn't be able to believe it, right?
Well, maybe the
also
problem here, JB, is that we need what the question I asked you wasn't fair. Like 0 to 100 is not a fair question, because we haven't standardized the scale. Like just like a ruler. So let's standardize it. So let's say how I'm on planet Earth like you are right now, and the ground is that way. So given that's true, if I let go of this pen, which way is it going to go?
Well, down.
How confident are you it's going to go down?
100%.
100%. So that's, and by the way, you're right. Now, if that's the standard we're using, are you saying that?
But you can't compare but sorry to interrupt you at that point, but you can't compare natural scientific experiments with historical events. You can't repeat historical events just like you would repeat like a
well, hang on.
scientific experiment like you did right now.
Let's say you weren't here, but you heard about me talking to another person about dropping a pen. That's now a historical event. And you hear, JB hears, Well, Doug asked a guy, like, if I drop a pen, which way is it going to go? And he said down. And Doug actually dropped the pen. Wouldn't you say you were 100% confident that, given that scenario, that the pen went down? It's still a
I see
historical
where you're
event.
going. I see where you're going, but because right now I have to evaluate your claim that you said the pen is going down, and not what I think the result will be if you will let it fall
But
into
Jesus
and
rising
find
from
out.
the dead is a historical event.
That's a claim, not I
Right, a
mean,
claim
I
of a
believe the
historical
claim
event.
that someone says that he rose from the dead. Obviously, if you use your analogy with a pen, if you repeat the experiment again, I would just presume that the natural laws are working, and then that the pen would fall down.
Right. But we
So
have two
yeah.
historical claims, one that a pen dropped when someone dropped it
Mhm.
a week ago, versus a claim that a man rose
Oh,
from the dead 2,000 years ago. They're both
right.
historical claims, and I get your repeatable comment,
Okay.
but they're still individually, they're very specific
All right.
claims. And you said 100% for one. Would you say 80% for Jesus rising from the dead if 100%'s that pen?
Um, I mean, I'm just getting confused with the pen example. I mean, if it's just like one person claiming that he saw that you dropped a pen and that it goes upwards, something like that, then I wouldn't believe it. But let me ask you this question: if there would be like 100 people, each individually, like being in that room and all claiming that they see that the pen went
Ah,
upwards,
yes.
would that yeah, you see where I'm going right now?
Yeah,
Would
no,
that
that's
actually
excellent.
rise your confidence, like, or like would it make you doubt that it's
Yes.
actually possible? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, JB, and in fact, this is my marker of what would convert me to Christianity, things like this. So but this is what I would need. Exactly what
Mm-hmm.
you're saying. Let's say we had 100 people who saw a pen go up instead of down when they dropped it on planet Earth. I would need to know their names, go talk
Mm-hmm.
to them, make sure they're not all part of this a cult-like group that are all trying to push a propaganda or an agenda, that they're just regular people who happen to be in the same spot, same time, and saw the same thing,
Mm-hmm.
and are willing to put their reputation on the line that this is what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Now my question is, do we have that for the Gospels?
No,
No.
actually not. I mean, we have to rely on these unknown authors, I
Right.
guess. But we at least, I mean, I don't know the biblical scientific studies all together, but aren't two of the Gospels at least independent or like viewed independently from each other? I think it's the
Well,
Gospel of Mark who has been the first, and then John at least is independent, uses independent sources from Luke, and then you also have Paul, which is also another independent
yeah,
source, and you know the
I
name.
want to stay on the
So
standardization of the scale for just a little bit longer,
okay.
because if what would you have more confidence in? A
Mm-hmm.
pen actually being dropped and going up, where we have 100 people who don't know each other, they're independent,
Mm-hmm.
they put their names and their reputations on the line. Maybe some of you even
Mm-hmm.
had their smartphones out when it happened and we can look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then versus what we have in the Gospels with Jesus.
Yes.
Now, what's your confidence on each claim? What would you do with the pen one going up?
Well, actually, I would think that the pen going up is more likely if I have the 100 people and they are just claiming to have seen it and they are credible people. I mean, 100 people can't lie. Maybe they can all hallucinate or something like that,
Right.
which would probably be still more reasonable than a pen going upwards, because this was, I mean,
Right, but
hallucination is possible.
let's say
Okay.
you and I agree. That's pretty good evidence of a demonstration.
Mhm. Yes.
Let's say our confidence is at 80%. Where would you put
Mhm.
Jesus rising from the dead based on the historical method? If the pen going up is
Yeah.
80%, where would you put Jesus?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to make those comparisons. Probably, oh, I don't know, just to satisfy you at that point, 70% probably.
70. So this is where we're
Start going
different.
down.
I would say like less than
Yes.
1% because of the reasons you outlined. We
Hmm.
don't have
Well,
independence of people putting their
mhm,
names on it, their reputations on
mhm.
it, except for Paul, maybe.
Okay, but would you think that you can apply the same standards to that like 2000 years ago? because how good could evidence be that has to survive 2,000 years? Probably.
My answer, that's
I mean, you heard it all, I guess. I mean, you've been around for years.
yeah, I've heard it all, but
yeah.
that's a great question. And the way I usually answer that question is by saying, I don't, just because it's Jesus, I don't lower my standards. So yes, things were done differently back then, 2,000 years ago, but I'll just come out and say that the way history is done today is way better than it was done 2,000 years ago. And that just because that was the way things were done doesn't make it better evidence. It's still crappy evidence.
Yes. Okay. So do you view everything from ancient times so critically? Like, for example, if there's a story about Caesar or something that Caesar said, would you doubt it in the same way? Yes.
Great point. And I was sloppy. My audio's causing me trouble here. I was sloppy in the way I said that. It's crappy evidence for that claim. So if the claim is a man rose from the dead, that's crappy evidence. But if the claim is Caesar crossed the Rubicon, that's pretty good evidence.
Okay. Oh, that's also a good point. But yes, I know because of the nature of the claim himself, you could never, ever believe such a thing only on historical events. I mean, there could possibly be no kind of evidence that would actually qualify for proving that someone resurrected from the dead.
I tend to agree with you there.
Yeah. So naturally, it is just a cause of faith, like a question of faith. You cannot actually I mean, if you always view it reasonably, I'm 100% right. You can't reasonably, historically, scientifically believe that it's true. It's just naturally because of the nature of the claim. It's just.
But if someone told you that.
But I'm saying at least historically, it's still weird, right? At least
What's weird?
Why would that happen? Like the events surrounding the resurrection, all that led actually to the belief that it might be possible.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, the enemy, like Paul, what's up with him? I mean, he was a Christian hunter, and then
JB, I can explain this easily. Like in my closet.
I know.
In my closet, I have a time machine, and I was there. I went and looked. And you want to know what happened?
What?
Well, this guy named Paul, he basically started Christianity because he was the first one to write about it, and he kind of teased the early Christians, kind of persecuted them, although not too badly. But he was a real douche. And then some of his friends and cousins became Christians, and he started to feel guilty. I was there, I saw it, and this guilt that he had led him over time. He actually had a girlfriend too that was a Christian, but don't tell the Christians that because then they'll get mad. But he became a Christian. And then he saw an opportunity to not only absolve himself of his guilt, but to make a little coin on the side. And if you read some of his writings, he protesteth so much of, I'm not doing this for money, which kind of means he's doing it for money. And he was a very smart guy. And so you can view what Paul did similar to some of the first founding fathers of Islam. They either disagreed with some of the religions that came before them, like Paul disagreed with the Jewish law that, hey, we can get more followers if we open this up to the Gentiles. He was brilliant. Again, I was there in my time machine. He couldn't see me. Like when I do go back in time, I have this invisibility thing, so I can hear and see them, but they can't hear and see me. And and so that explains Paul's conversion and why he did what he did. And then with the other disciples, there was a few, but I never counted 12. I mean, they wrote that in there because it represents the 12 tribes of Israel. 12 is the numbers were big back then. Oh, another thing, when I was there, I noticed that people were amazingly superstitious. Like you and I are products of the Enlightenment. They believed you do incantations and turn in a circle 5 times and certain cancers will go away. I mean, they were nuts.
I'm so excited for the punchline on this one.
The punchline.
because it's so long. Okay.
Okay, here's the punchline, and I agree. I've been bloviating a bit. The punchline is this: we can have the New Testament exactly as we see it today, and none of the core propositions of the Christianity being true. In other words, we can expect a book to say a man rose from the dead, even though it might not have happened. We can expect to see that a man did all these miracles, walked on water, with it not happening. And if you're a Christian and you struggle with that, just think about any religion you disagree with, like Mormonism or Islam. Do you think Muhammad flew on a beast to the heavens? Do you think the moon split in two? No. But yet the text says that.
Yeah, of course. But I would still argue that there are levels to this. Obviously, like Muhammad splitting the moon is like a very different claim, because it is such a not like a natural claim that could be easily falsified right now, like this scientific methods. It's a different level of claim. Like I would say, okay, maybe
How would you falsify the moon?
Let me rephrase it, because I called myself a little bit, but I would still say that there are different levels to certain claims. I mean, saying that Jesus was to California or stuff like that, which is Mormonism about, or that he will rise again in California, is still less likely than the claims in Christianity, or like there are less foundations to actually believe that sort of thing.
What is less probable than Jesus rising? You said
I don't know. I mean, the claims that Mormonism does. I mean, doesn't it actually put Jesus in America or something like that? Or
but doesn't Christianity put Jesus in Palestine? What's the difference?
Well, because the historical Jesus actually lived there. Because we have historical evidence that kind of. I mean, even what I was trying to say is that even if the claims themselves are definitely not sufficient to prove anything, they're giving still more reason to believe in them, because there's still more support on them. Like there are
I would disagree with you there. Like there's way more evidence for, listen carefully to what I'm saying. There's better evidence for Mormonism than for New Testament Christianity. And you know why I say that?
Well, because just 100 years ago or 50.
Yeah, because we have signed affidavits from people with their first and last names, middle initials, saying that they saw the golden plates, saw some miracles. We don't have anything like that for the New Testament other than Paul.
Well, but the golden plates themselves are no proof for nothing right now.
Okay, what?
But I don't want to get too deep into that one, because I'm actually not educated in Mormonism at all. Okay. It was just like a floppy example that I put in there. But what I'm basically trying to say is the fact that you can have different claims that altogether are not sufficiently proven, or you cannot sufficiently prove through these claims. There are still levels to this. It will still be more reasonable, for example, just to put two events together, that Jesus rose from the dead than Muhammad splitting the moon. Both of them are probably, I mean, both of them are scientifically not true, if you want to say, but still there are levels to this. This is what I'm trying to say. So you can't just throw them all into one category, like it's more likely that event B happened than event A.
Let me see if I understand you.
Yes, I'm struggling to express myself right now, but
what you're saying is that there's these miracle claims, but they're not equal. Some are more believable than others. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, actually yes, but also like there are more reasons to believe, or like it's more reasonable, yes, to believe miracle A than miracle B.
Okay, because so if a text says that the moon was split in two, and you ask, and the reason why some people believe that is because they believe that the text is from God. And now compare that to that when Jesus died, it went dark in the whole land for 3 hours. Not an eclipse. Eclipses in certain geographical regions that last like 7 minutes. Would you say that going dark for 3 hours is more believable than the moon splitting in two?
On that specific example, yes, because an eclipse could be missed more likely historically than the moon
No, I'm
splitting.
saying it's not an eclipse if it's 3 hours.
Okay, like still darkness. People could mistake it for an eclipse or something weird, but still the historic. I mean, what would you believe? Like the 3 hours darkness. I mean, I'm asking you right now. 3 hours darkness getting missed in 2,000 years of history, or a moon splitting?
Well, if it depends what darkness means, but I take darkness to mean like it during the middle of the day when Jesus was crucified, that it went dark, like at night.
Yes.
To me, that means like the sun has to go out.
Yes, like the sun darkness, for example.
So
for 3 hours.
to me, that's just as crazy as the moon splitting.
It's not like the claim from a scientific point of view, but what would you think be more likely to be missed in history, like moon splitting or eclipse, or like the darkness? No, I'm not
Yeah.
calling it eclipse.
What do you mean more likely to be missed? Misinterpreted?
No, not misinterpreted. Like the scientific, like historical proof for that event went missing 2,000 years after. Like this event A happened, moon splitting, and people wrote about it, and we have no evidence for it today that it happened or people observed it, or like darkness occurring for 3 hours and people writing about it and that piece of historical evidence getting lost.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's tough for me to say one is more crazy than the other. I'd say they're both equally as crazy because one's about a moon splitting and one's about the sun being snuffed out for 3 hours.
Okay, then just to make it more clear, because it's a kind of example, but just imagine two events that are both scientifically or scientifically impossible, but the one is just like way more extraordinary. For example, I don't know, Mars coming up to the Earth and there's a trolley face on it, and I don't know, I'm just making up stuff, and compare that to 2 hours darkness or like 1 hour darkness in a specific country. These are two scientifically impossible claims, but the one that I just mentioned earlier, like the Mars and stuff, would make it into history books more likely than the 2 hours darkness in a country 2,000 years ago.
Okay, well, we can disagree on which the crazier claim, but the real question is, why would any of us believe it?
Yes, but but basically what I'm trying to say is we can have two crazy claims, but one being more crazy and more unbelievable, and the other one.
Right, I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But the problem here is, why would we believe these crazy claims in the first place?
Well, because for the other, I mean, yes, this is what I was saying. There are no reasonable reasons to believe that, but it might be more likely that.
Okay, I'm giving it to you. I'm giving it to you.
Okay.
But the thing is, if there's no reason to believe it, why do you believe it?
Okay, because I think I remember the reason we are in this discussion right now is because you said, why don't you believe all the other crazy claims, but you believe that this resurrection is true? And what I'm basically saying is, given the circumstances, the historical circumstances, it is believed, for example, that at least the disciples of Jesus believed really that he resurrected from the.
How do you know that?
How I'm knowing that?
Yeah.
Well, I called that up from Bart Ehrman. I guess you know him. He's like a biblical scholar, and he assessed, like he evaluated the historical events around the resurrection, and given the fact that all his disciples, like at least Peter was it? I guess Peter betrayed him and stuff like that, and all the other disciples weren't even near his cross, and after that they all have been ready to die for that.
Hang on, JB.
It's at least okay.
You're assuming.
Let me drink something. I'm getting tired here.
Yeah, this is tough.
I'm getting grilled. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how much in the weeds I want to go here, but you're kind of accepting the narrative that, like when you said his disciples weren't at the cross, like you're accepting that when the Bible says that's true.
Well, it's just not only the Bible. You actually know that Bart Ehrman isn't a Christian anymore. I find this very interesting because now I have the possibility to review biblical scholar all the events around the resurrection.
But I
from
guess the point I'm
very
making is people believe things all the time that are false.
But yes, of course, but still, this is an historical event right now. I'm talking about historical event, and we have independent other sources that kind of hints that this is the most plausible way it happened, right? I mean, for example, you wouldn't actually doubt that Jesus was actually alive and that he got crucified, right?
Right?
So this is an historical event. And
Right.
the other things that we just put together are that the disciples weren't standing by him when he was crucified, that they actually didn't support him, or they weren't there to, they went with him.
Yeah.
They betrayed him.
JB, what you're doing now is you're giving the minimal facts argument.
Probably.
Yeah.
I'm actually not too familiar with what that is.
But you're basically saying, hey, people had these beliefs. There was a movement. We know certain things about history that consensus of historians say.
All right.
But the problem is that's still not sufficient to me. And I will ask you, is it sufficient to you to say, well, just because we know historically, no one quotes, that Jesus died on a cross, let's say, that he actually lived, can we then say that does that get us any closer that Jesus walked on water, multiplied loaves and fishes, and rose from the dead?
That's actually not my point. I'm just first I'm coming from that type of direction. I'm saying, okay, first of all, I want the most plausible way from an historical standpoint, and this is where I started.
Okay, is it
and the most plausible events? This is what I was saying in the beginning. Are still weird to me. I mean, if I listen to the hypothesis,
JB, I don't think it is the most plausible, even from your point of view, because you've admitted this earlier on in our talk.
No, not the resurrection itself, but the disciples and Paul believing that he actually rose.
Okay, you can have that.
These are historical. Like, this is the most plausible.
JB, you can have all that, but that doesn't get you any closer.
Yes. Well, still a little bit closer. Like all the point I was saying is that it's still not, like I'm repeating myself here, it's still not enough reason for a rational person to believe it. But still,
hang on. It's
that the resurrection. Sorry, I'm not
right. But why do you believe the resurrection then? If
because I put a leap of faith in it. I put it additionally to the historical events. I put a leap of faith on it because.
Okay, we need to talk about that. This leap of faith business. We need to talk about that because this is the real issue. So what define faith for me?
Define faith. Oh my God. Well, faith, probably there could be a definition like believing things on insufficient evidence that might fall in that category.
Believing things for insufficient evidence.
Absolutely, because if it would have sufficient evidence, then it wouldn't be a belief or faith anymore.
Could you realize a lot of Christians are mad at you right now? Because they would say that's a horrible definition. But I'm not saying it's a horrible definition because I asked you your definition and you gave it. And I have no reason to think you're lying to me.
Well, because it's the first definition that came up to me in that moment.
Yeah.
I still stand for it. I think it's still true and it satisfies. Like, even if it's not a very good way or like a very nice way of putting it, but I think it's still true. Because, or like, just believe, having hope would be like a more charming way to describe it for Christians, I guess. But
well, they would say trust, but
trust.
Yeah, pistos in the Greek, they would say, like the ones who view themselves as intelligent might say something like that. But let me ask you this, because earlier I asked you how confident you are. You said 80% that Jesus rose from the dead. Now, you defined faith as believing things for insufficient reasons, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that this is an exhaustive definition, like everything has to. But this is a way of looking at it.
Yeah.
So I accept.
I usually tell people when I'm about to trap them, so I'll tell you this is sort of a trap question, but I think it's reasonable.
Of course.
Can you name another thing in your life that you believe with 80% confidence for insufficient reasons? Besides the resurrection.
I'm not very creative. I don't know. If I had a girlfriend right now, which I don't, because it might be that she is loyal to me. I think she's loyal, that she doesn't flirt with other guys or even more
Right.
worse things. But I still can't know it, but I believe it. So why not
Yeah. So let's say
go
you
for
were
that?
80% confident that your girlfriend that you don't have is not
Yes.
cheating on you. Well,
Ouch.
but you would have reasons to be confident with 80% because let's say you've seen her, you've touched her, you've heard her, you get to experience how she acts in front of other men. You know her friends who can kind of vouch for her. You know her family that can vouch for her. You know her history, her background. Notice these are things that you have personally experienced, that other people independent of you have experienced
Hmm.
on a first name basis with tangible, real stuff today,
Hmm.
none of what you have for Jesus.
Yes.
So my
Like
question
I
again
said,
is there anything,
mhm.
so you do have good reasons to be 80% confident that your girlfriend's not cheating on you, and more so, you would know if she was. So even if you were
Mhm.
wrong,
Okay.
you would say, here's the evidence to show I was wrong. I walked into the bedroom, I opened the door, and there she was
Mhm.
with Myron.
All right.
So you can easily falsify it. I'm 80%
Mhm.
confident my girlfriend's not going to cheat on me, but I can easily falsify that. How would you falsify
Mhm.
that the tomb was empty? How would you falsify that he actually never,
Exactly.
yeah, you can't, right?
So you can't. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's really, in my opinion, I don't think there's anything in your life other than this belief where you can say, I'm 80% confident for insufficient reasons.
True, but like I said, for the impact that it has on the whole world and that it had, like it's basically a question of life, I guess. You can compare it to such things that are still happening over and over the time again, like girlfriends cheating and having a girlfriend that's not loyal and stuff like that. These are things that happen all of the time, but like Christianity, or the question more general, if God exists, is just not the same as having a girlfriend that betrays you or not, because these are things that just happened once in history, or like with comparable impact. At least I know you may be coming up with other virgin birth and other people getting crucified and resurrected in history as well, but for the impact that the resurrection of Jesus had on the whole world,
Do you believe
it
false
has never
religions?
been something.
Do you believe false religions can have a major impact on the world?
Yes, absolutely.
How do you know Christianity is just not one of them?
Well, because if you compare Christianity to the biggest rival, I would say like Islam, which is the second biggest religion, they are very different in the way that they started. Very different, because basically like every big empire in the world that has been rise started with war, just like Islam as well. I think it started as some sort of, like, it started militarily, like with the military and soldiers and stuff like that, just like a big empire, and then it sort of, I guess, evolved into a belief thing, or like a
Okay,
faith
so you
thing.
agree that false
But
religions can have big impact, but you're saying that
yeah,
Christianity is different.
yes, Christianity is more spiritual, whereas Islam, naturally through the jihad and stuff like that, had a big influence, like I would say empirically, like on materialistic reasons, not like Christianity, which was just a
But
faith-based religion.
I agree with you that maybe there's differences, but just because certain religions start by war doesn't mean those religions are false.
Well, not false, but that it would be a more natural explanation why they're getting so big. If they're not convincing, but just through manpower and war and stuff like that, spreading around the
Yeah,
world,
but maybe the God
comparing to,
wanted it to spread that way.
well, but yet again, if you just put rational standards to it, just like another war fighting criminal machine, like it's just more random, because wars and are something very, yeah, rational,
Did the
something
Israelites in the
very
Old
empirical.
Testament never go to war?
Oh, I'm not too familiar with the Old Testament, but I
Oh,
guess so.
you got to
Yes.
read the Old Testament.
I heard it's charming. Yeah, it's like
The Old Testament Jews are the modern, or sorry, are the 600, 700
yes.
Muslims.
Okay. You know what? Put that on the list as well, where I list the problem of instruction and divine hiddenness, because just the break of character of God, like from the Old Testament to the new one, is also very convincing. Like you really have to harmonize those two views. But yet again, just compare Christianity to Islam, for example, just to keep it there. Christians have been actually, how would you say it? Wait, I'm looking at the word. Sorry. Yeah, okay, now, okay. Christians have been persecuted throughout the history and in the beginning of their times. So it's way more unlikely that a persecuted minority who doesn't have good reasons to believe something is getting so big in comparison to, for example, Islam, who has strong men and a strong military spreading the faith through a sword. Yeah, these are two different things. Wouldn't you agree with that? Like the theology behind one has to be way more sophisticated, and the reasons to believe in their claims, like through only
Well,
belief.
what's the difference between pressuring someone through war to convert versus pressuring someone through hell to convert?
Was hell really the main reason that is that really the main reason that Christianity spread? Do you
Well,
think that? I don't think so.
I'm just saying
Wasn't
that.
the whole? I think if you actually look at the history of hell, this is something that just got added to Christian theology right afterwards. It wasn't just like people walking around saying, "Hey, you're going to hell if you don't
Well, don't
believe
you
it."
believe Jesus said, "Do not fear man who can destroy your body, but fear the one who can destroy your soul in hell"?
Hell, but if no one's actually threatening you physical violence in this
No,
world, I
Jesus
mean, it's
said
just
that
way.
according to the
Well,
Gospels.
but this is a metaphysical threat if you want. So if you don't believe it in the first place, then you can just
Right, but
go be
what's
like, yeah,
worse, a
oh yeah.
metaphysical threat or a bodily threat?
I would say that a bodily threat would just resonate with the people more, with way more people than a metaphysical one.
No, because
I
one
don't
lasts
know.
forever, one's temporal.
Yeah,
You
but
just talk about
the
persecution,
but
right?
the
People willing
temporal,
to have their body
but the
hurt.
temporal is more real. I mean, you could just still walk off and see to that lunatic person that's threatening you with an imaginary hell, but you couldn't walk off someone
Why were the
physically.
Christians persistent even during persecution?
Because of faith and belief.
Because they
Because they thought this is the
expected an
right
eternal
thing.
reward for doing so. They were more concerned about their eternal life than their bodily earthly life.
Yeah, but still, there has to be an event that actually reasons this sort of belief in an afterlife. This is what was saying. I'm saying it's more convincing than someone just physically threatening you, because you don't. I guess if Islamists, I don't know how tough you are, but if Islamists are showing up at your doorbell and they be like, "Hey, convert to Islam right now, or we'll behead you or something
I
like that,"
lie.
you you lie.
I would lie.
People,
I would convert.
all right.
I accept Islam. I accept Allah.
Okay,
Blah blah
okay,
blah. But that
okay,
doesn't mean I
okay,
believe it in.
okay. You're the first generation. You lie, but what about your children that have been indoctrinated from it, like in the second generation from it, but afterwards who just have to grow up in that way? I mean, I get the first generation of liars, but like it had to. I mean, it's still an effective way of spreading the faith through violence, because even if you would lie, like the second
Again, I can
generation would
give you
have.
all that, but still, how does this make this believing by faith for insufficient reasons a good thing?
Because I said that the trigger event for believing that thing is just more convincing than the other. That's the whole point of the discussion we're having right now. I say that there was a trigger point that actually,
But
yeah,
is
triggered
that
that.
triggering thing event sufficient to believe
It
it
was for the people. It
for
was for
you?
the people that. but we were talking about how major religions can be successful in different terms with being false, and I'm saying it's way more hard for false religion to spread without violence and with
The fact that
violence.
Christianity spread without violence, and I'm not saying that's true, because we both know there's the
And
Inquisitions.
in the first,
Yeah.
I'm talking about the first 300 years.
Okay, see, and these are all arbitrary numbers we're throwing out there. But even if I give you everything you want, Christianity was only spread through pacifism, let's say. My question to you is this sufficient to say that a man rose from the dead?
No, well, this isn't actually. I mean, I think we left the discussion. This is why I'm just concentrating on that point, how something could spread. I mean, still based on faith, but how
So
it
all
could
this is
spread.
irrelevant, right? It's you just believe because you believe. There's no reason for you to believe this, is there?
Well, yes,
Sufficient reason to believe this.
I mean, 100% sufficient, like pen droppings down towards gravity. No, but I could still look at the historical stuff that happened. I mean, we have to believe it
But
happened
you've already
either
admitted this
way. I
is
mean,
insufficient.
yes, but altogether give me more reason to actually hold that faith, you know? I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like I see things happening. I know it's more reasonable that it didn't happen that way. This is why the leap of faith is necessary to actually engage in that way. But still, even if I would watch that events from a purely historical point of view, I would still find them weird. Even
Okay,
so,
hey, I want to understand you here because maybe I'm
okay,
wrong in how I'm viewing this, but let me bring something up.
all right.
Because I'm hearing two things coming from you, and I'm not sure how much of this.
Yes, I'm not sure if
because
I've never had a discussion in that way, like in that language as well.
because
So I'm
on
not
one
sure if I
hand,
can. Right.
you are talking about leap of faith, and on the other hand, you're talking about the historical stuff, how it started. So you said you were 80% confident that Jesus rose from the dead, or that Christianity is true at its core.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm picturing right now. I'm picturing in my head that the reason why you believe Christianity is true is this word named faith, and then other stuff like how it started, historical stuff, people believed and were persecuted. Because you've actually knocked down a lot of your own reasons yourself. You didn't even need my help. This is the picture I'm getting. The majority reason is faith, and then you mentioned these other things. Am I wrong, or am I close?
Probably yes. Like, or just to draw another picture, just in the head right now, like the foundation of the faith are some type of historical events, probably that on themselves wouldn't be sufficient enough. But if you put the leap of faith on it, on top of it, like, then probably.
Right. So you have all this stuff here, like history, persecution, I don't know, growth, whatever you want to say. Would you say the majority of it's still a leap? Or would you say the history is a big chunk and faith is just a little chunk?
No, I mean the fact that reasonable and historical accurate people are looking at those events and don't think that Jesus resurrected. I would say that faith is the biggest chunk of it.
Okay,
Probably.
so I am understanding you then. But this faith thing is based on your words, not mine, insufficient reasons. So
no, like the whole belief that Jesus rose from the dead is like the whole picture is insufficient. No, forget that. But yes, the faith is on insufficient.
Oh, so you want to change your definition of faith?
No. No, I just wanted to change the percentage probably, but I still stuck with it just for the sake of the argument. Okay.
Are you saying that faith might be like that, half?
No, it doesn't matter. Like, really doesn't matter. Forget that. Okay, so
you're saying
yes,
forget about faith all completely?
No. All right. No.
Because
no,
when
no,
I asked you why do
fine.
you still believe, given that you agreed that we got anonymity in the Gospels and all this, you said, well, it's a leap of faith. So are we getting
Yes.
rid of this leap of faith, or are we keeping it?
No, I'm still having the leap of faith.
Okay. If you were to get on an
Uh,
airplane and
mhm.
there was no gauges for how much fuel is in the airplane, would you take a
Mhm.
leap of faith and get on that plane?
Well, but actually, right now we are again confusing those two concepts, like things that are happening right now or that will happen. No, these aren't historical events, but things that already happened and that I have to reevaluate or assess 2,000 years later, which are one of the most important historical moment of the world. Like you can't just. I'm really struggling with those comparisons. Like something will happen
Right,
if you
but the
do this.
way JDB, the way you're talking right now is saying, okay, well maybe this history part here is actually huge. So then you do have good reason to believe. It is sufficient. It's not insufficient, it's sufficient. Is that what you're saying?
No, like if you look at it scientifically, this is what I'm saying. You don't have to believe it, but like given the circumstances, it's still if you want so reason like if you want so possible to believe in it. I don't know. You got me like confused in semantics here right now, but the main point I'm making is that the resurrection is at least a weird historical event. Like it's weird that people still argue about this 2,000 years ago. So it had to have a big impact. This is what makes me wonder. And based on that, and on the just supernatural, like on
But
all
we've
the
already talked about
set.
this. Like we're kind of going in circles because
Yes,
you
yes,
say,
of
well, it
course.
has a big impact. Well, but you admit Islam does too. But then you say, but it started different. Well, okay, it started, but that doesn't mean it's true. So let me try a completely different thing here. What would you have
Right.
to learn, hear, experience, whatever, in order to say Christianity is false? What would change your
I
mind?
would personal experience. And this is actually what is changing my mind right now. This is the reason why I'm trying to
Like
exposing
what? Be
myself to,
specific. What type of personal experience would you have to experience in order for you to say Christianity is false?
I don't know, walking through the world, experiencing trauma, looking at trauma from others, changing my mind, evolving, and just personally don't believe it anymore. I've never, I mean, like I'm saying, I watching a lot of atheist stuff and also apologetic stuff, and I've never seen a person that through an argument said, "Okay, this is a very good argument against God, so I'm not believing anymore," and other way around. Every reason for belief or disbelief is kind of personal, and this is what would probably
Okay, so it would have to
break the
be
deal for me as well.
a personal
It's
experience, but it would have to be
yes,
a negative one. I'm hearing.
not especially, not really like just how I evolve, how I surround myself with other people who have
But I'm
other
trying to get you to be
points of
more
view.
specific. Like, let's say you were diagnosed with terminal cancer tomorrow, and you were given 2 months
Mhm.
left to live, and you cried out to God to heal you, and you got worse. You cried out to God to be there for you and comfort you, and you still feel far away from God. Are you saying that sort of thing would cause you to leave Christianity?
No, actually, just like how I evolve mentally. I don't know. For example, I mean, still the people who got sick are probably getting more it's more likely for them to be faithful than others who are not sick, but I would just say the things I see in world, I don't know, visiting other countries and see how they don't have anything that is actually going to the direction of having faith and just experiencing torture and stuff like that. Just looking at the world from a different eye. Like right now, I'm walking around my churches, for example, and my family and surrounded by those people. But if I see other things in life that would just destroy the picture for me that there's an active God on this world, that might be the
Like
things that do
and
it.
that's what I'm trying
It's
to.
hard to put a specific event,
Yeah.
like because it has to do with a personal experience and involvement. Like it's hard to name a specific event that triggered the disbelief for me.
Right. So you're saying basically the way I would leave Christianity is if I just stopped believing.
Yes,
Eh,
absolutely. This is like I
But
can't be more specific. I'm sorry because like I can't say like Wasn't you a Christian as well? Or
Yeah.
haven't you
Oh
been a
yeah.
Christian as well?
I was
Okay,
I
what
was probably
stopped
a
it for
Christian
you?
for way more years than you. How old you are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was the deal breaker for you? The
It's
showstopper.
exactly what we're talking about here. Let me bring this up. That
Okay, so it was intellectual, purely intellectual.
it was. I would say it was just coming to terms with what I believe was insufficient. The reasons why I believed it was insufficient, and not even close to being sufficient.
Okay.
So that's why I left. It was putting myself in the perspective of other people and saying, why don't they believe this? I believe it. Why don't
Mm-hmm.
they? Well, because they don't think that this is even close to being sufficient evidence. And I would say
Mm-hmm.
I had to agree with them, because if I look at other religions
Mm-hmm.
that were based on holy texts, I don't believe
Mm-hmm.
theirs. But they're different, Doug. They're different. Well, every religion is different, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I see your point there. I see your point there. Absolutely. So it's hard to argue that away, but but what I would say is like, yeah, it has to be like, still this was more of a emotional deconversion on your part as well, because you felt compassion, like I said, you've changed your worldview. You've been like, oh, there are other people who believe certain things, and why do I believe that way? You saw you've seen you saw the world differently at one point in your life. And this is what I meant. Maybe probably I walking around the world and having a different worldview from one day to another without knowing what a specific event might trigger it. But just like if I wake up one day and see the world through different eyes, like you did probably, like why do
Well, I
the
didn't
other
wake
believe that?
up
Why
and
not?
just see
Yeah.
it. Like it took years and years, but and so I
Hmm.
agree with you that people evolve, and that's what causes the change in belief. But
Yeah.
like with your girlfriend, or you don't have a girlfriend, but with that analogy,
Yes, rub it in one more time,
yeah,
please. I'm just kidding.
you're young and you're single and you're lonely.
Mm.
Um, but there's definitely things that you and I would agree on. Like I'm married. I'll put it on me.
Mhm.
I would divorce my wife in a heartbeat if I saw certain things. Like
You would?
if I came home one day and I saw my
Mhm.
wife kill my own
Mhm.
child, you think I'm going to stay married to her?
No.
No. So there's a very
Mhm.
falsifiable thing that would marker that would change my mind.
Yeah.
And I'm just asking you if there's something like that for Jesus for you.
Yeah, I think because of the nature of the thing, it's not possible. Just like it is. I mean, faith is a very. I'm saying it like I can swear here, right? It's
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
very fucked up saying. It's just because of the nature of the stuff. It's just like everything's so circular on it right now. It has no foundation. It has nothing that you can really compare it to, even though you are trying it all the time. That you
But
compare it
JB,
to
I got to
other. Isn't
I have to remind you of something. When I asked
mm,
you why you really believe this after we talked about the history and the persecution and
mm,
the growth, and
mm.
you said it's a leap of faith, and then
Yes.
you just say faith is fucked up.
Yes, absolutely.
So
Faith is
where
fucked
does
up, like
that
from the
leave
sense that
you?
that you cannot argue it reasonably, because whenever you try to argue reason into faith, these things are just naturally not contradicting each other, but like they are acting in different spheres right now. Because if it would be reasonable, you wouldn't have to have faith in it from the begin to begin with. Like if a belief system would have evidence for the belief, then it wouldn't be a belief as well. So you see what I'm meaning? It's like circular on itself. This is probably why we are repeating on that again and again,
But
because
on
it's
your
like
definition of
it's a
faith,
faith.
you don't need it.
Yes, because this is what faith is. Because
I know, but
if
you don't need
it
what this
wouldn't,
faith is. Just let it go.
well, do you think that there are are you purely rational in everything that you
No, I'm
have and see
flawed.
all? Being sorry, I
I
didn't
said
even cut
no,
that.
I'm flawed.
No, no, what I mean is, isn't there anything in life that you want to believe or believe that isn't based on sufficient evidence? I mean, for example, what I mentioned in the beginning, that we are not just matter, that you and me and your wife, probably someone that you love, isn't just matter. I mean, you have
Yeah,
to also
well,
put a faith of belief in that, a leap of faith and belief in that.
the thing is, when it comes to I'm different than you maybe in the sense that it doesn't bother me that if I'm just matter, like I don't hope that there's a soul or a
Okay.
spirit world, and maybe we're just different in
Mm.
that way.
Yeah, but you kind of act out as it was something special because
No, I say all the
you
time that we're not special. If you watch my
really.
videos, yeah.
I'm saying, yeah, this is why
I compare
way back
humans to
then.
chimpanzees all the time, and it bothers people. I say we're going to die and be
Hmm.
worm food, and it bothers people. I say this is the only life we
Hmm.
have, and when you're dead, and that bothers people.
Hmm.
But it doesn't bother me. I'm being honest. I don't know why. I don't want to live
Hmm.
forever. Um.
You, how can you say that you don't want to live forever? Like you
Oh,
cannot
it,
choose not being,
it.
like, this is a paradox in itself. You probably be happier if you not existed. Is this what you say?
Me personally, probably not. But the world in general, yeah. If there was no existence of humans, it'd be okay with me.
How could that be okay with you if you don't exist anymore? Like
Yeah.
if you
Well,
are not
great.
conscious to
Yeah,
exist.
if I was like a god looking out, looking from afar, like in other words,
Yeah.
if God exists and he chose
Hmm.
not to create at all,
Hmm.
is there anything wrong with that?
Well, I think that life is something beautiful. This is the way I'm trying to look at it, because if you have good days, it's just like something special. And even if there's pain and suffering and stuff like that, like, I would still choose life over death or not existing, because I mean, even though
That's
there
because you're
was a lot of
selfish.
cumulative, no, even cumulative, like for the whole population of the world, like the Earth happening or not happening, what would you prefer? Like, I think that the Earth, even though from a materialistic and purely rational standpoint, the Earth is something beautiful. It's just, even if I would stop believing right now that Jesus rose from the dead, and I'm just purely atheistic right now, I'm going
Hmm.
full right atheist, I would still consider the Earth being very
Even
beautiful and
given the
something
Earth's
special.
history, you would still say that. Given that
Yes,
90% of the
yes,
species have gone extinct.
I think it's fantastic that like we are just on a dust of like on a particle of dust in the universe surrounded by glowing stars, and then we
I
are
agree with you.
able to experience.
There's
This
many.
is so beautiful, man.
I
This is
agree with
so
you.
yeah.
I'm not taking away from the beauty of the planet, but what I'm saying is that when something doesn't exist, there's nothing to complain about it and saying, "Oh, I wish it would have." I mean, from the perspective of a
Yes.
God looking in, there would be no rape, no murders, no bone cancer in kids, no species evolving and then going extinct, no big rocks hitting the Gulf of Mexico and causing the dinosaurs to go. All that would be
Yeah,
gone, right? So you can focus on how beautiful the stars are and how the rainbow is beautiful. You can focus on all that, but please know you're now ignoring the.
but who is the person experiencing that there's beautiful stuff around? I mean, these two things have to go hand in hand. You can't have beautiful experience
Right.
without
No, I'm not
experience.
denying that, but
So you can't also say that there's no rape because there's nothing. You wouldn't have that term rape or something if you wouldn't create anything.
well,
It's
what's
just
better? Okay,
this is what
let's do a thought experiment here. Let's say there was a
I
world
love
where
it.
only two people existed, and
Hmm.
one raped the other constantly against their will. Okay, so that's world one. World two
All right.
is just God and no existence of matter. Which world do you prefer?
Yeah, obviously I have to go with the second one.
Yeah, just God, no
And
existence.
now I just fell right into your trap, but I would say
Right? Because you
no,
can't improve upon God.
but but still, I mean, if it if it would be only creating a mess without any possible, it's just like how much do you want to scale pain, good and evil to each other?
Right,
Like, can you
and we're
really
all
put it
different on
on the
that,
scale?
right? We're all different
Yeah,
on.
probably.
But how I'm saying, like, do you believe evolution via common descent is true?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
I'm actually I don't know if you heard it. I want to mention it, but I'm actually a scientist. I have a scientific education, so
okay,
I'm full science.
so
Yes, I'm a physicist. Yeah,
the
absolutely,
painful long journey that we
absolutely.
as a species has gone through to get to where we are today.
hmm Well, as a species, yes, but personally, it doesn't matter at all
It doesn't matter how we
for
got here.
myself. But no, it doesn't matter for you as a person because you didn't have to go through that
It
process.
matters in this.
Just like,
For me, I agree with you, but from your worldview, would you expect that that's the way God would do it? Like, how old is the universe? Is 13.6 billion, something like that?
yes, yes.
Yeah, 13.6. And how long have we humans existed?
In that form that we exist right now, like probably 50,000 years, I guess, it was the number that I still
Well,
have in
I would
mind.
say like 200, 300,000. So,
Like,
do you believe the universe
yeah,
was created for us, we humans?
doesn't look like it rationally.
Okay, so you don't believe that? Do you believe we're
It, I said
special?
it. I said it doesn't look like this.
Oh, okay. But do you believe that it is created for us and that we're special in God's eyes?
I hope that we are something special. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So given that let's say you have this hope that the universe that we are important in the universe, that we're special in God's eyes, would you
Mhm.
expect an all-powerful creator God to use evolution via common descent over 13.6 billion years in the last 200,000 years to create us?
Well, I would have no reference to it because this is the only way that everything is happened. So I wouldn't be like, "Oh, that's a weird way of creating it," because it's just the only way we know that we created it. This is like where we enter the sphere of
Well, only
paradoxes
only
again.
three. What? When did Darwin come out? Like last couple hundred years. This is new. Like back 1,000 years ago, people believed
No,
in.
but you asked me how I would expect God in an empty universe to create people. I thought this was the aim of your question,
Right, yeah.
and
I asked an
it is
expectations
so.
questions. Like, God is. You don't believe God's material, right?
Oof, I don't know anything. I wouldn't make any claim of how what I believe what God
Like, does
is.
God have
Like this
fingers
is
and toes and buttocks? God the
no,
Father.
absolutely. I wouldn't compare it to something
Okay.
human
So would you
like
expect?
can capture.
Would you expect an all-powerful Creator God to make humans that poop and eat, or be just spiritual beings?
I mean, he could have created them either way. It's still it would seem arbitrary because we had no reference on how to create humans differently. You know,
See, and this is
this is
where
the
we're
point I'm
different.
making.
My expectations are
So I,
different
so
than
I,
yours.
so I could imagine that. Why do we have to poop? Why do we have to eat food constantly? Why do we have to drink and stuff like that? But it's just the way it is. And if it would be other way, where we could still say, why is it that way? Because if you start out from nothing and you don't have any reference to anything, then everything that just pops out might seem
But under your
arbitrary.
belief
And this
system,
is
but JB, under your belief system, you and most Christians have this belief that God's immaterial, he's spiritual, he's not, he's outside of time, outside of space, right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
I think it's very reasonable to have this expectation that if God's going to create beings in his image, why
Mhm.
physical with the need to eat and poop? If you have this
Well,
expectation that we're special in God's eyes, the universe is, at least in some way was created for us, why 13.6 billion years and then wait to the 13.3 billion years to actually put his spirit in us and create us in his image? Like, why?
you know that the reality that we humans are able to observe doesn't have to mean anything from a, and this is where it gets fucked up again, like in a metaphysical way. It's just like our way of measuring time and our way of um, evaluating circumstances and stuff like that. These are human scientific methods that doesn't have to mean anything if you compare it to gods or just like standards that are not for us. You know, these are just our tools to experience that thing. So if you have an infinite comparison to it, that they're just meaningless. What are 13.6 billion years? It's just like the way we humans perceive that. You know?
You said earlier, and we should probably wrap this up, but you said earlier that
Yes, yes, I'm getting tired again.
Yeah,
I was going to get
that you haven't
but
really studied the Old Testament, right?
yes, I mean, I know most of the stories, and I know that they are brutal in some places. So
And then
I didn't go too deep.
I asked you about what would change your mind, and you didn't. You said you would just have to change and evolve. Would you allow me to help you change and evolve today?
May I ask another question first? I see you are sticking around through YouTube for all the time. What are actually your motivations to go to go along with this so much? Is it just like just a
Oh,
personal
for me, it's
question for me?
entertainment. It's fun. Like,
Entertainment?
are you
Do
having
you think it's
fun?
fun?
I'm having fun talking to
Yeah,
you.
absolutely. I
Yeah.
wouldn't I wouldn't go in here if it wouldn't make it have any fun for me. Just like pure fun.
So
But
let me ask you
okay, but
a question
okay,
about
you go
this
first.
evolving thing. Because you said that you would have to just learn or evolve to stop believing. If it were true that Jesus said to go kill other people, children and infants,
Mm.
would you be out?
Yes, absolutely.
And do you believe that Jesus did say those things in the past?
So because I know that where this question is going to, I I just want to wrap this up quickly. You'll probably want to say that Jesus is God and that he's God from the Old Testament, and then you are going to show me some Old Testament phrases that say kill people, kill stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know about this technique. Still, what I'm arguing is that people actually are confronted with this problem and they have ways of getting out of this, and it's just the question if this intellectually resonates with you. I guess from your point of view, it's garbage for you. Like, I know you are
Well,
not very
you
deep
said
into
that people have ways
apologetic.
to get out of this. What's your way to get out of
Yes,
this?
I say that people
1 Samuel
no, go
15,
ahead.
Jesus said, go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy
Well,
all that
okay,
belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death
that
men, women, children, and infants, cattle, sheep, camels, and donkeys, Jesus said.
yes, this is actually not a something that is directed to us as the readers of the of the Old Testament. You know that as well, right? This is also clear.
Right. But the question is, do you
It's
believe Jesus said
it's a
that?
even if I would say still think that the New Testament, Old Testament is true and also God's word, I wouldn't think that He commanded this to us, and this is just a metaphysical story that
Just a
tries to
metaphysical
prove a point.
story.
Yes, absolutely, like the resurrection.
Yes. See, this is a problem, right? You see how you're picking and choosing what's a metaphysical story and what's history?
Yes, I'm actually. The reason is I'm asking myself, what purpose does this belief serve? What purpose does this faith serve if I actually believe in it? So, if I believe that Noah had this ark and there was this flood, and so how would that make me a better Christian? It's just like believing in a historical event doesn't mean anything. So it's just like, why would I believe that then? The way I believe this story is true in that sense. It's just like what it wants me to, what it wants me to teach, what it wants me to, what it wants to teach me. All right. So if I believe that the resurrection is true, what I basically believe and I learning from that is that Jesus was God and that he loved us and that he, I don't know, died for our sins and stuff like that. There's a theology behind that, but there's no theology behind believing that the flood was a historical event, right?
There's a ton of
So what I'm
theology
getting,
behind that.
yes, there's theology behind that story, but there's no theology behind believing that this is an historical event. Like, it wouldn't make me a better Christian to believe that the earth was created in 6 days as a historical event. But what the story wants me to teach, what wants me to teach, like that God created the earth. This is like the message of the story, not that it was done for
I'm
six
kind of
days.
hearing from you that there has to be practical benefit to make you a better Christian in order for you to even take things seriously, or like, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, some kind of, yeah, in some kind of
So
sense,
what
yes.
practical benefit does Christianity give you?
Like I mentioned earlier, like that I can view people as something. I mean, there's a story in the New Testament. Probably this is a good point also to wrap it up, because what this one story that keeps me on believing it is how Jesus described the last day and how he would judge people. You know that story where he would put the righteous on this right side and be like, "Hey, when I was hungry, you feeded me and you did all that stuff to me." And they say, "Hey, Lord, when we did that, when did we do that to you?" And then he said, "Well, what you have did for my lowest brother, that you have done for me." You know that story?
Mm-hmm.
Where he was like, and to the people that
He said, "Get away!
they
I
didn't
never
do
knew
that.
you."
Yes, yeah, because you didn't feed me and stuff like that. And then he said what they didn't do to him. And it gives me just a way, if that's true, it's a beautiful way of seeing the world, because in that way I would see that
How do you explain the
God,
atheists who feed the hungry?
I would say that they also have this kind of, they wouldn't call it Jesus or they wouldn't call it God, but they also have this special practical belief that what they are doing is right, and that the person they are feeding is something special, and another
Okay,
human being that has something special in it. That's just like, not like feeding and helping a stone to grow, but like a human being that has something like a soul that is special to feed. And I think it's beautiful to believe that humans have something holy in them, that they are special, and that it's good to view other people compassionately and to serve them. If that's the ultimate truth, this is what I'm all aiming for. I mean, even though if I wouldn't believe it scientifically or like intellectually, I would still want to view people the way that Jesus would view them, like do things to others that you don't,
but hang on.
that you would do to, yeah.
This is how Jesus viewed people: put to death men, women, children, infants, cattle, sheep, camels, and donkeys. That's Jesus.
Really, do you really think that this is the reasonable way of looking at Jesus' teachings, just to put out this random Old Testament phrase without any context and holding it next to the how Jesus would judge all the people on the last day?
I'm reading a text in the Bible that says this is what Jesus did and commanded. You're reading a text in the Bible in the New Testament of what Jesus did and commanded. What's the difference?
Well, first of all, Jesus and the God of the Old Testament, I mean, Jesus is what we refer to the humanification of God. Like, it's still something different. It's not like the actual Jesus of saying that. So not the same thing, you know.
Oh, you don't believe
But I
Jesus
don't
is
want to
God?
get. I actually do,
Yeah,
but
that's
but I don't want
Jesus.
to get too. I don't like. I don't want to get too deep into specific theologies, because this is the point where it just like gets worked. I mean, this is what apologists do all the time. I mean, you can have all these discussions all the day long, like about how do we interpret that and how we do that. I mean, there are always ways out of this, and I'm not interested in that. I'm just more interested in the whole around stuff and how to value life and how to look at life. And if also Christianity wouldn't be the only way, like of it, I would still think that the teachings of Jesus, of Jesus, a specific character that arises from the Old in the New Testament, that said all this stuff, is beautiful. Even though,
You believe
I
it
mean,
and
yeah,
because you like it. And you
yes,
don't like the
absolutely.
First Samuel's 15 one, so then you don't believe it.
Yeah, but still, if I would read those two lines all together, I would still know what to do and what Jesus wants me to do, because the first one is like
How do you?
really ancient.
But Jesus could command you to kill someone.
Okay, let me ask you this question first, and you being intellectually honest as well. From a, I mean, just imagine yourself being full Christian right now again, and you really want to find out what does God or Jesus want from you?
Mhm.
How do should you treat other people? Do you think he wants you to kill children, or do you think he wants you to treat them like I said right now?
Uh,
Intellectually honest, you are a Christian again. What do you believe? Does Jesus
it
want you
depends on
to
what type of
kill
Christian
small
I am.
babies?
If I'm an evangelical Christian, I'm in a tough spot because evangelical Christians, for
Really?
example, yes, because evangelical Christians believe that the God in the Old Testament is the same God in the New Testament, that Jesus is God. He's one part of the Trinity.
Okay.
And so, as the being God, he did in the Old Testament, He drowned children. He commanded the death of children. In the New Testament, he called the children to come sit on his knee. But in Revelation, that same Jesus in the New Testament will wipe out 1/3 of the population. So which Jesus is the real Jesus?
Well, first of all, there are two different things about what God is doing and what God is commanding. Even though, I mean, like, my question aimed to what would you think Jesus wants you to do, and how should you view other people? What would be the
Well,
way
the
you
greatest
would
two
come out?
commandments.
Like, intellectually honest.
The greatest two commandments
No,
is
no,
to love God and love your neighbor.
Yes, and this is the only part, like the part that I love most about Christian theology, is that it says like everyone has a spark of divinity in himself, and that God is inside of everyone. I think this is a beautiful idea, and I think this is the main idea of Christianity. And the reason why you don't see Christians or evangelical Christians going around murdering people, because it would be a very unreasonable thing to do from a Christian point of view. And the fact that you are showing random passages from the Old Testament doesn't change that fact, because this theology is clear on how to view people.
The theology is clear how you view people. Yeah, they're all created in the image of God, but that doesn't negate the fact that God in the Bible, in its whole entire context, did command the killing of children and will kill children in the future.
Who did he command that? Do you have the context for that?
Yeah, in 1 Samuel 15.
No. Who did he? Like, I mean, I've seen that.
He commanded Moses.
But he commanded Moses.
Yeah, to kill the Canaanites in Numbers 31.
But you just said that he commanded this to me.
No, I did not say that he commanded this to you.
Okay, so he commanded this to anyone. This was a claim. Okay, but
I'm saying he has a history of commanding. And well, let me say this: he may someday command this of you if he's real, because he has a history of doing it in the past. Are you saying he can't do it in the future?
Absolutely, man. I mean, like I'm saying, I'm sorry to say this frankly, but I don't think you are intellectually honest right now, because there are 2 billion people on the world, and no one has this, or like the least person. I mean,
no one.
The least amount of people. The least amount of Christians have this kind of worldview that you are trying to enforce here right now on me. Like,
well, that's because Christianity is the biggest in the West. The West is the product of the Enlightenment, and so now they've changed their version of Christianity. But I guarantee you, Christians struggle with the Old Testament atrocities, and they struggle with Revelation. Now, some Christians will say Revelation, end times, has already happened, and it's not really a biggie, and that Jesus is not going to return on a white horse and collect us, and there's not going to be blood up to the horse's mane in the streets, and that this is all just symbolism, because they're products of the Enlightenment, and they've learned that this is not how a good society operates. But if
you think that those two things correlate with each other at all, like Enlightenment and Christianity?
I'm saying that if you believe the Bible's God's word, if you believe that it's inspired in some way, and if you believe it is accurate in some way about what God has said in the past, what he expects of people in the past, then you can't ignore the Old Testament. That's what I'm saying. And you can say God is just lovey-dovey. He wants to hug children. He wants everybody to be kumbaya. You can say that. But then you have to ignore the stuff in the Old Testament and in Revelation. And some of the things Jesus himself said about don't fear the one who can destroy the body, but fear the one who can destroy the soul in hell. You can ignore, and Jesus even said things like, I speak in parables because I don't want people to understand me. Is that the Jesus you know?
I don't want, I think it was more like people couldn't understand me if I didn't. I think this is the correct way. But again, the thing I'm trying to argue, because all this stuff is really not important, because there are ways to figure this out. Like you said, you have to ignore the stuff in the New Testament, Old Testament. I mean, there are people who are studying this for years, and then they come up with a very beautiful, theologically consistent thing. And I don't want to engage those things, because it's just like I try to harmonize these things, and there are ways to harmonize it. But again, I think where we are right now and here,
That's
it
how we
is
started
more
this
reasonable.
conversation. I asked you, one of the first things I asked you was, why don't you just harmonize things and then you can, because you said you had intellectual doubts. I said, just harmonize things, you'll be fine. And,
Yeah, I know there are ways to harmonize them. I mean, reasonable people do this. I mean, you also wouldn't think that William Lane Craig is dumb right now or something like that.
Is
That
what?
you could actually William Lane Craig is stupid. You wouldn't think that, right? Or
He's
would you
not
say that
stupid, but
he's
I would call him an emotional wreck. He has
an emotional
existential.
wreck?
The reason why he's a Christian, if you listen to his personal testimony and how he became a Christian, it was because he had this existential angst. And even today, most recently, he is so desirous for this to be true that even if it's true, 1 in a million chance, it's just so beautiful. I have to believe
Yeah,
it.
okay.
He's a
But
ridiculous,
yes,
emotional
yes.
wreck.
All right. I don't know so much about him, but I know that he studied these things for years and that he would have a very good explanation for that that could satisfy your claim right now, that it could falsify your claim at that moment. And I wouldn't be interested in that because I know there could be ways of doing it, so I don't have to engage in them. These are not the things that I'm really interested in. I'm more interested in how it affects me emotionally. And even if I would look at what the most reasonable way to view the Christian theology is right now, so I don't have to engage with all that stuff, but just take a shortcut and be like, okay, this is a consent and a very reasonable position to take, and do it actually affects me emotionally. Does it? Yeah,
Okay.
does it touch me? Like I said, okay, and it does. I know there are ways to get there, to the beauty of the teachings of Jesus that are intellectually honest and reasonable. So you don't have to harmonize crazy and irreasonable to believe that Jesus loved people and he wants us to love your neighbor as well. It's easy to believe that, to think that intellectually, and so I do. And the question that still stands today is,
Would you give up heaven for me?
the,
So let's say
for
yeah,
you?
we just say you and I are in our car together, and we get in
Mhm,
an accident. We both die at the same time,
mhm,
and God says, "Sorry, JB, but eternal conscious torment's real.
mhm,
But don't worry, you're not going there. Doug is. However,
mhm,
because I like you, JB, I'm going to give you a deal, and I kind of like Doug too. He's a nice atheist. Um,
mhm,
if you give up heaven, Doug doesn't go to hell. I'll just annihilate both of you. Would you take that deal?
mhm.
But if you don't take the deal, you go to heaven and I go to hell, eternal conscious torment. Would you take that deal?
I don't know. Probably I would go with annihilation, both of them. I don't know. It's just like I really hate the concept of hell. It's just like, yeah. All right. So,
Good. Thank you.
okay. Really?
Yeah.
No trap. Where am I getting the bill for that statement I did
No
right now?
trap. The reason why I asked that question is to see how much you value um, heaven for yourself personally.
Yeah, one of the things that I actually also struggle very much with is why people are religious. Because the way I'm seeing it, this might be very pessimistic, is when I view people being hardcore Christians, I don't think that they are doing it out of compassion most of the time, but just because they want to go into heaven so bad. So the best persons
Yeah.
are atheists who don't expect any reward on what they are doing, but just doing it out of pure compassion. But yet again, the way I'm thinking of that being the most true core value, compassion, is because I'm inspired by Christian morality. This is what I'm
So yeah, that's where I
actually
disagree
believe.
with you. I think you're a
Right?
nice guy. You're a compassionate guy. And even if you
Mhm.
left Christianity tomorrow, you would still be a nice guy and a compassionate guy. And you don't
I
need,
think.
if I had electrodes and I erased the memory of everything Jesus said and Christianity influence on you, if that was zapped away, I
Mhm.
still think you would be a good, compassionate guy. And that what you claim is this inspiration that helps you be that guy is not true.
Mhm. Yes, thank you. That's actually very nice of you saying that, and
So I'm
see,
saying you don't need
because
Christianity.
but yeah, okay. There are also ways about, but I take this to heart. Let's see. But I also, I mean, I want to thank you for that conversation. It
Yeah.
was really enlightening. I'm sorry for the language barrier sometimes because it's like not a topic that I'm familiar talking in, especially not in English. So I hope that I didn't struggle too much and that you got my position
Yeah, you're
most
fine.
of
You're
the time.
fine. Yeah,
And
I'll let you
I
go.
hope
And if you want to call back again some other day, feel free.
maybe some other day when I'm more prepared because I didn't really expect to get into it so quick and so randomly. So thank you for the conversation and maybe see you next time.
Okay.
Have a great
Auf
evening.
Wiedersehen.
Ciao. Auf Wiedersehen. Mach's gut.
Franklin wants on, but I have to pee. So what am I going to do? Do I pee while talking to Franklin? No, that's gross. Do I play a short clip of something? Franklin, can you hang on? Let me see if I can find something here to play while I'm gone to amuse you all. Yeah, it was long, but it was good. There was like, it ebbed and flowed. Something for everyone in that conversation. Oh, I just made a video that's not published. I'm going to play that. It's from a live stream, was it last Thursday or the Thursday before? That I kind of find funny. And I think it's 4 minutes long, which should give me plenty of time to water my horse. And it's ASMR. So, oh yeah, some of you are going to love it. Oh, did I forget to save it? Maybe I forgot to save it. I think I did forget. And I would think that Windows saved it automatically for me, but it didn't. And I rebooted my computer yesterday. And I entitled it Getting Out My Crayons for Jesus. No, for Christians. Oh well. Okay, I'll play this one instead. Our friend Wes. That was fun last week. I'm saying that if God created, knowing what would happen, then he's responsible for his creation.
Okay. I think that there is a difference between mechanism and action, right? So to me, with you leaning on foreknowledge, I think of it like this. So I have a young son, and I know his personality well enough to where a lot of times I know what he's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's say I put him to bed and I say, hey, if you sneak out of bed, I'm going to punish you. And he sneaks out of bed and I punish him. If he gets angry and says to me, this is actually your fault because you knew I'd sneak out of bed, that's very silly. And it's just,
okay, let's use that example.
Life, right?
Let's say sneaking out of bed was the worst possible evil ever. It isn't, but let's say it was.
Okay.
Like way worse than murder or rape. Sneaking out of bed is bad, bad, bad.
Okay.
And let's say before you even conceived your son with your wife, you knew that your son would someday sneak out of bed. Would you create your son?
This is an odd thought experiment.
It's odd to you because the answer is no,
okay,
you wouldn't.
Yes, even if I knew that my son would do bad things, yes, I would still create him.
I'm just not bad things. I'm talking about sneaking out of bed is the worst possible thing ever. And I forgot to mention this. You don't like that. You do not like sneaking out of bed. In your mind, this is the worst gratuitous sin ever. And let's say most people don't do it. In fact, almost everybody doesn't do it. But you have foreseen perfectly that your son, if you create him, will sneak out of bed. Question, would you create your son?
So is there more than one person that I'm creating in this example? You said most people don't do it, most people
Let's
won't.
say just your son right now.
Probably not.
Yes, that's the correct answer. You wouldn't create your son. That's the correct answer. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, Franklin, are you still here? Yeah, he is. Is this the Franklin who I think it is? Yeah, it is the Franklin who I think it is. Franklin loves me. Say something. You're muted right now. I can't hear you. You're muted. Press the unmute button on whereby. There you go. No? Yeah, there you go.
All right, didn't see that.
Okay, Franklin, let me guess what you want to talk about. You want to talk about...
I've got a lot of things.
Okay, then you...
No, one thing specific.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought that I heard you say or imply that most of the positive human rules or ideas about human interactions that Christianity brings to Western civilization actually come from the Enlightenment. Did I hear that correct?
No, that's not correct. I didn't say that most of what we have comes from the Enlightenment. I say we're products of the Enlightenment, so we have gotten better.
So the Christianity pre-Enlightenment was worse than the post-Christianity?
Yes.
Enlightenment? Okay.
But that's the same for Islam. It's the same for all humans.
I would still differ with that because I think that means you think the Enlightenment is a net positive. It could be, but I look at it as a mixed bag because I think evolution, from what I understand, would be considered a product of the Enlightenment. I know that people.
No, the Enlightenment's
like
a product of evolution.
Did I reverse that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're correct. That's what I meant to say. But in that comes eugenics and racism, or at least scientifically based or amplified racism. Of course, we had it beforehand, so I'm not saying evolution played that.
Racism got worse after the Enlightenment? Is that what you're saying?
I would say that it gave it scientific justification.
And you define racism as that certain races are superior to other races?
Correct. As Darwin in Descent of Man defined it, right? I mean, he put the ethnicities in the category of more evolved to less evolved.
Because there's a difference between some of the things Darwin said and just evolution in general. Like, I know for evangelical Christians, whenever they think evolution, they think Darwin, but evolution would exist whether Darwin existed or not.
No, I think that's true.
So his opinions don't represent the opinions of every evolutionist out there.
Right. But it's part and parcel. Well, but see, his opinions resonate to this sort of conversation because oftentimes, like as an example, if Hitler uses a religious component to justify killing Jews, it's fair, and an atheist is fair game to say that. But I think in the same way, it would be fair to say, well, he also was very, very influenced by Darwinian thought and evolutionary thought, and I mean that's where we get this. Because I think you would say that the Enlightenment was very scientifically based, and so, or at least proposed itself to be. So therefore, you have this scientific veneer that's placed upon racism that otherwise would not be. It would be more brutal and tribal.
But what's the main
transparently?
The main thing about evolution is that it's the common descent part, right? So a person like Darwin or any person could say that some races may be superior than others, but they're still saying at the same hand that we all come from a common ancestor. We're all cousins, right?
Right.
So one can use that and say, well, we should view humanity as we're all like colleagues on this ball when we have to work together. And some of us, and even if they believe that some of us are better than others, they're just like the crazy uncle or the, whatever. So
yeah, I agree with that. But I mean, for me, the way that with Christianity, though, you've got two separate paradigms that are very different. So you're talking about how they're applied, but in regards to their nature, just, not in how they're applied, but just if you look at them sterilely, Christianity proposes Old Testament, the idea that we all come from one human made as humans. And so when you get this evolutionary idea, you can't, because listen, you've had the conversation in regards to treatment of animals on your program before.
yeah.
So that has to play if you have this concept of human interaction and how we treat one another.
Good point.
And then you're also saying that some humans are more animals than others. That has to be a logical.
No, I would never say that. We're all animals. But the point, good. When I said good point, because I might have some cognitive dissonance here and am contradicting myself, but I am a speciesist. I wouldn't call myself a racist, although this critical race theorists say all white people are racist. So if I am a racist, I'm not special. But I do value you, who you're relatively a stranger to me, more than my own dog.
Right.
Assuming you're not a horrible person, so.
Yeah, and I just think, and that aside, I think, again, that's how we interact with each other. But I think when you want to be evil, I don't think that it's any different, because people justify evil and they will use religious means to do it. They will say, and I think that science also is used in the same way. You can justify things that are evil, and you can say, well, this is for the good of mankind, or this is it's okay.
Yeah, people can justify almost anything using almost anything. So what's your point, though? Like,
my overarching point is that I don't think atheists are any different than Christians. I think that when you guys argue, so when the conversation you just had, let me contextualize that broadly from what I saw. What I think is that when you argue Christianity and the points that the justification of it, you're arguing it in a vacuum, where at least this is the way I see it. So correct me if I'm wrong. But you assert the secular worldview as true, but you don't argue it. So what I say is that there's two competing claims, and both need to be evaluated simultaneously, as almost like a list of positives and negatives. Whereas you're just focused on Christianity and whether or not the claims meet the extraordinary standard, that because of the claim, the claim's extraordinary, so the evidence needs to be extraordinary.
I would say
we all have extraordinary claims. Y'all have an extraordinary claim to make, but you guys say, well, you've made it. Science has made it for us. And so my point is to say that you guys there is no difference between human behavior, because when I'm arguing with a atheist, you guys have this kind of an authoritative position that you guys have established things based on evidence. And so when I go to look for the evidence, I don't see that. I see you guys making faith-based claims. Like you got into a conversation with the last guest in regards to what is faith. I would say you guys actually have faith too. The difference is that the Christian or any other religion is more honest in that we say, well, we're actually.
Can you give an example of a faith-based claim that I would have? Because what's the definition? Yes. Your definition or his definition? The guy who was just on. Because remember how he defined it?
Under his definition. I think yours applies as well.
Okay, so he said his definition was faith is believing things for insufficient reasons. So give an example
Right.
of me or another atheist that you know that believes things for insufficient reasons at 80% confidence. Because I have beliefs, like I brought up the Arizona Cardinals, right?
Hmm.
Like I can believe things for insufficient reasons, but I would apportion my confidence to it. So I would say, yeah, I believe this, but I could very easily be wrong. It could go either way. I could talk like that. But
Okay.
when you
Yeah.
say you're 80% confident, you're saying like it's by far more likely than not.
What is okay? So the subject of this video is let's challenge each other. So okay, so you've used is that First Kings challenge of the wet napkin
Right.
for Christians, right? Okay, so let me do that. Let me see if I can do that to you. I'll reverse it. So to give you what I'm talking about.
Okay.
If you want something to be demonstrated,
Right.
and then you go, okay, if you can demonstrate it, I'll be more apt to believe. That's basically your position, and it's logical. Okay. What I'm saying is that my hypothesis is that atheism is a faith-based proposition, or
Believing things for insufficient reasons. Okay, I want an example.
okay, demonstrate evolution for me. Any evolution on some scale that has meaning for what the claim is making. That, in other words, we all come, like vastly different creatures come from other creatures. I want to see it. And I'm not at, now it's different because I propose a God who can do what you're asking instantly. So granted, so I will give you what?
Well, you know, evolution is you said in any way, any form, and then you changed it to one species going to another species. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Well, something, it has to meet in other words, you can't don't give me that. If I can look at a change and say, well, that could be inside the genome, in other words, there's no way to know that that's not epigenetics change, or I want to see a change that I know something different has something.
So fruit flies won't work.
No.
How about a virus going into a different virus? That's not going to work.
Is it a different virus though?
Yeah. Like Delta going to Omicron. Would that count as evolution?
Aren't they all Corona?
Yeah, but
They're all Corona.
But it's a different species, in quotes, of a virus.
Who said that? Like, how do you know that?
Because it's mutated
you're
into something.
You're believing what people tell you on that, right?
Yeah, I'm trusting the experts. You're right.
Well, I mean,
but is that an example of evolution to you?
It's an example of change, but the definition of evolution has become so broad it encompasses all of science and any change. So again, because of that, it's infalsifiable. That's my claim. You can't falsify evolution.
Sure you can.
So therefore, it's not even a scientific theory.
Yeah, you can. You can falsify evolution.
Not practically.
Because
there's always going to be a way
out. If you
found
a bunny rabbit skeleton in the Precambrian layer, it's all gone. Well, not all gone, but it's.
But you remember you used that. I used that on you, I think in our first conversation, because you said that to Mary Schweitzer, and she actually said, "But we did, but it was planted." No. So that's the point.
She didn't say that, did she?
Mm-hmm. Go back and watch your video.
About bunny rabbits? In the Precambrian layer?
I'm positive you used that same example. You said because she believes in evolution.
This was like 5 years ago, and I think, if memory serves, she said something like that if we did find one, it could be false. I mean, that someone could have planted it.
Granted, it's been a while since I've watched that video, and you've had the conversation a while ago. Yeah. So I'm going by memory just like you are, but as I remember it, but the point, I still would say my point. So you gave a way to falsify,
right,
and she gave a way out of it.
Right.
I'll give you an example.
But let's say we found people of different cultures, different geographic regions, all around the world, of different fields of study. They all find animal fossils where we originally didn't think they should be. I can guarantee you the whole scientific community would be, number one, very interested, and number two, admit we were wrong.
that's where I would disagree. I don't think the scientific community does what you say. In fact,
That's because you don't trust them.
No, I look at the scientific community the same way that you look at the mainstream media, exactly the way you said it on Tuesday. I don't think there's any difference. And in fact, I think what we saw with the pandemic is an example of it. You cannot remove the propaganda, the politics. You can't remove it. It's interlinked with science now. It happens in regards
I
to
agree
climate
with you,
change.
Franklin, that there's problems in science and that we're all human and we all have these proclivities to, let's say, want to maybe fudge the data to get ahead. But some people have more of that proclivity than others, and more people have like a moral foundation. But the beauty of science, as opposed to religion, is that you do have different cultures, different biases converging to the same answer. Whereas in religion, like, try to get Muslims and Christians to agree on the nature of God. Is he a Trinity or a unity? Like, good luck.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to, and I don't want to keep repeating myself because I think I've, I bring up evolution most of the times I talk to you. So I do sound like a broken record, and then I don't want to, but the point of whether or not people disagree about what divinity is, does, in my mind, pushes towards divinity existing, just us being confused in how it works or how it is, not for that it just doesn't exist. To me, it has more, it would lean more toward there being some divinity. So the idea that humans have a wrong interpretation about or have false examples of it doesn't preclude the concept of the real thing existing.
But would you expect that if there's a deity who not only exists but wants to be known as existing, which is a big if, would you expect all these different versions that we see?
In that sterile or slim down way you pronounced or gave me the question, the answer is no.
Yeah, of course not. Like, I would expect if this God exists and number two wants us to know him, he would have made it clear so we don't have these thousands of religions of different views of who he is.
I mean, I would wish that he would. As a Christian, I would prefer that. The
previous guy didn't even believe that Jesus actually commanded the death of infants in the Old Testament, but you do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's true.
So who's the real God here? Is it your God or his?
I mean, that's to be determined, I suppose. I don't know if we'll ever have the answer to it, right? I mean, maybe you're right. I that's what's fun about this sort of conversation. And that's why I enjoy the, I take some.
But what I've noticed about you, Franklin, is that you like to talk about evolution a lot. Are you quite convinced that if evolution is true via common descent, then the Christianity is false?
I think Christianity would be false, because, well, let me ask you this. Yes is the answer. I don't mean to bloviate. If as you understand Christ and what he said, don't you think he affirmed the Old Testament, and don't you think that they're sort of mutually exclusive?
Yeah, if the interpretation of the, what we would call the historical / evangelical type Christianity, if the interpretation of the Bible is theirs, I would agree with you and them that if evolution via common descent is true, Christianity is false. Or actually, you could kind of wiggle out of it and say that Jesus in his human form was not omniscient, and so he actually thought Adam and Eve existed, and he was wrong. But that's a hard pill to swallow. For a Christian.
Yeah. I think once you start going a certain distance, I'll come over to your side. Like, if evidence starts to sway me that evolution's true, you'll have me converted just like you have Nathan.
What would it take for you to believe evolution is true?
I mean, I got to see it. Like,
a duck producing a crocodile?
Well, I mean, show me here's the way I interpret it. And it seems to me that there's miraculous claims are made. The difference is if I say Jonah was swallowed by a whale and Yahweh did it, then you guys rightly say that sounds like a fairy tale. But if you guys say like a giant possum transformed into a whale, oh, well, that's just, science. Well, I would say that's Father Time making miracles. The difference is that instead of the power of Yahweh, you guys have the power of evolution over time. And neither one is demonstrable. That's the problem that I think we have. And that's why my claim is to say we're very similar. I don't try to convince you guys to my side. I'm just confused why you guys are so convinced about yours. And because I'm not convinced about your evidence, because you guys claim you have evidence. That's the difference. Like we say, yeah, a bunch of what we believe is based on faith. I could give you Tacitus and Pliny, but you're still going to go, yeah, but the Gospels aren't, nobody signed the Gospels or whatever. But I'm saying, so I know there's a lot of faith involved in what I claim.
Before, I'm not the guy to convince you of evolution, because that's not my expertise or anything. But evolution is so gradual and so long, it's really hard for us to comprehend it. And I will give you that if you think about going from a single cell to us today, I'll even give you that's extraordinary. But here's the difference that I see between that claim and, say, Jesus walking on water. Evolution via common descent does not break any of the laws of nature that we know of, whereas walking on water does.
See, I think I might disagree with that, because I don't know that it's possible that a species can break outside its genome. I don't know that that's been proven. We have a lot of options within the genome, but I don't know that you have, here's what it would take. Show me that you can take a genome and add genetic to it.
Well, I'm quite sure there's people who could show you that. Even under a microscope.
Maybe somebody in the chat knows.
Maybe even under a microscope.
Let me say this. I've asked a lot of, I've been talking with, and I always bring up evolution, like you say. And what happens to me is what happens to you sometimes when you deal with Christians and somebody wants to teach you the Bible like you don't know the Bible. When I hear a Christian do that, I go, well, that's just stupid, because Doug knows his Bible. It's not a question of knowledge. It's a question of, belief or whatever, bias or whatever. People will treat me like a child and teach me evolution on the speckled moth isn't going to work with me. I took college biology. I understand enough. Am I an evolutionary biologist? No, but I've listened to a lot of evolutionary biologists. I haven't heard these claims. I don't know I don't know why they believe it. It's fine that they do. I just don't know the evidence where it is. Everybody says it's everywhere, and all science points to it. That's what happens. They'll say all science points to it. So if I don't believe evolution, then I don't believe genetics. That ain't true. If I don't believe evolution, I don't believe virology. That's not true either. They've attached everything to evolution so that if you ever question evolution, they make you sound like a crackpot, like you don't believe basic science. And I'm saying, no, I think evolution is so broad, it's infalsifiable.
Well, I remember,
everybody just accepts it.
We could go into the details of chromosome number 2. We could get into the fossil record and stuff, but you and I have both been to the zoo, and we've seen animals, and we've seen how certain animals look like our dog, or certain animals look like us. And so I think we both agree that there's definitely, without even looking at the genome, that there's similarities between us animals, right?
Of course. And in that way, evolution makes a lot of sense.
Okay. And so there's your evidence number 1 that's very kindergarten-ish, right? We with our own eyes can observe these types of similarities that might be explained by that we share common ancestors, or it might be explained that God created us this way with similarities. Both explanations work. right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Exactly.
So then the question
Sorry,
is,
go ahead.
which is more likely the explanation based on just that observation of us going to the zoo?
I would say they're 50-50. Do you think evolution makes more sense by the zoo?
Well, then given the other things I know, yeah, I would say evolution makes more sense. But that's because I don't believe in God, and you do, and so. But you said 50-50, which is interesting. I would have thought you.
Yeah, because I think both have explanatory power in regards to similarity of the creature. I think when an evolutionist looks at similarity of species, they see ancestry. And that makes sense. That's logical. There's nothing wrong with that. But if I go to a museum and I'm a Rembrandt expert and I walk into a museum and I see a painting and I go, that's a Rembrandt, but I know every Rembrandt. That's a Rembrandt. And then I discover somebody found in a garage sale a long lost Rembrandt nobody knew existed, but I knew it because I'm so used to seeing Rembrandt's work. Well, that painting didn't evolve from the other painting. I'm used to seeing somebody's work. Like, so similarity exists also within creation. Like if somebody creates, you can listen to music, and if you're familiar with a sound of it doesn't have to even be the vocals. It can be just the way people set and structure their music has a particular form a lot of times that's noticeable, and it has patterns. So, and that's not, one song doesn't evolve from another.
You believe in microevolution though, right?
Sure.
That species within a species can change.
Of course. Yeah. But that's just genetics, right?
So what's the difference between micro and macro to you? It's just that one species goes to the new species, right?
The difference is well, in fairness, micro, that you might appreciate this answer. Micro doesn't attack, or I hate to use the Mike Winger word, attack. Micro doesn't come after my worldview. It doesn't affect my worldview.
Oh, come on, Frank.
Right.
Don't say that. That makes you look bad.
I'm being completely honest. I'm trying to be transparent in my bias, though,
okay.
so that we can throw all the cards on the table. But the logic difference is this: nobody's ever seen macroevolution. It's only proposed based on microevolution.
Well, no, the thing is, they have even today, but you have to have your definition of species correct, or a certain way, because technically the difference between one species and another is to be able to procreate offspring that can survive. So you can have two animals, like a certain feline in the jungle, that can have coitus with another feline and produce offspring, but they die right away for some reason. They can't procreate. And then, So that's how you say, oh, these two cats, a tiger or a cougar, whatever, and I don't even know if this is true, they're different species because they can't procreate, but they look very similar. They're like the Ken Hovens of the world would say, or Ken Hams of the world say, but they're both in the cat family. They're the same kind. But really, they're two different species.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I don't know why that means anything in regards to why.
So if you agree with that, though,
wouldn't that be microevolution though? Still,
no. See, that's the thing. If you agree that in that definition of species, then some of this speciation we can see today in one generation of the human life.
Well, Kent Hovens and the Kent Hams would basically be saying that you don't get past kind. However you define that, you're never going to get past kind, and that's not been demonstrated.
Yeah.
So
but what's a kind? Feline. Like, you got to define it, and
you defined it, feline.
Okay. So then why can't felines, if they're the same kind, procreate with one another to have viable offspring?
I don't know, but that is not going to help evolution. That's going to hurt it, because you're not going to have as many, you're not going to have as much rolls of the dice, it would seem to me, if you have limitations.
It hurts
in breeding.
The definition of kind, because here we have two animals in the same kind that are clearly different species. They can't procreate and have viable offspring. So the term kind now becomes this. Well, it's basically they look similar. That's all.
Yeah, but I mean, you're speaking of kind in like you're sort of dismissive of it, but yet you seem to have a better opinion of species, and I would just say that I think they're both arbitrary. I don't know how. I mean, who? And this goes back to
It's
our
not
bias.
arbitrary if they can't reproduce. There's a clear-cut marker. If two species can get together, produce offspring that can produce offspring that can produce offspring, that's the same species.
I have no problem with that, but I just don't see how that makes your. I don't see.
The
how
point
that
of all
pushes
this is
towards
that
evolution.
if you accept that definition of species, then in a human's lifetime of, let's say, 60, 70 years, we can see speciation. But the evolutionists like Ken Ham would say, but they're both still the same kind. It's not a duck coming from a crocodile.
Well, I mean, I think they're being hyperbolic when they said the duck and crocodile type stuff, but I think they're trying to illustrate a point, which is, I don't think that's any different than you saying, God light my, pray that God lights my napkin on fire, because you're looking for something that you can see now that you can lock into. And what I'm saying is that we all have our biases and presuppositions. And the point is that I think for me, I've been told that this evidence is great and that you guys have the evidence, and I'm just believing a Bronze Age fairy tale, and I'm kind of stupid and all these other things that when I get into conversations with which you don't say that to me, but other atheists do.
But it could still be true that you have this Bronze Age idea because of maybe just lack of knowledge.
Yeah, and here's another thing. And a difference between me and you. I don't have a bias towards modernity. I think you even said today you think we have a better way of doing history. And maybe not. I don't know that that's true. But what I would say is that if all things being equal, which maybe they're not, but if somebody's closer to an event, I might lean toward them as opposed to us. And I don't think we're that smart, actually. If you watch the news, we're not super smart. So relative to people in the past, that's what I mean. So I don't have this bias toward modernity.
Yeah, I don't think, I do think humans evolve over time. And so I lean towards that we actually are maybe a little more intelligent than we used to be because of better nutrition, better food, better shelter, which all affects our cognitive development. But the way we do history today is way, way better than the way the New Testament authors did history. Like, for example, if you had a book and you want to get facts from it, and one book cites all its sources, critiques its sources, puts dates on things, and another book doesn't, like you and I both choose the book that has all the citations and sources, right?
Yeah,
I
agree.
The gospel authors didn't do that.
That's fair, but the other thing is that we also see, even when people put their names to stuff, like you mentioned, you don't believe the media, but people will come out and say things with their name.
I never said I don't believe the media. Where do you get that from?
You said Tuesday that you don't believe the media is what you said. I'm pretty sure.
No. What I said is, you talking about with Marty? When I was talking to Marty?
I don't remember his name.
No, a girl. Was I talking to a man?
No. This is the political show. I haven't watched that one yet.
What?
Tuesday.
Just my last.
Oh yeah, it was same day. So
yeah, the same day I was talking to Marty, and she asked, "Where do I get my information? Where do I get my knowledge?" And I said, "That's a tough question, but when I'm listening to sources that hate each other and they converge on the same answer, I raise my confidence that what they're saying is true. If MSNBC and if Fox News both agree on an event in history, like last week, Trump said X, and Fox News says Trump says X, and they're exactly the same. And then they're independent. They hate each other and they're independent. I kind of say, okay, Trump said X.
Well, bias cards on the table again. I don't trust Fox News either. So but I get your point. Yeah, no, it's more likely to be true.
But yes. In the Gospels, you don't have that. You don't have John knew Peter, Peter knew Mark, Mark knew Luke, Luke knew Paul. It's all an incestuous relationship, if you take the traditional authorship, of people believing the same things or similar things and having a common goal. This, in my opinion, the New Testament is a propaganda piece.
Well, and I hate doing this again, but evolution. Darwin's granddad was pushing evolution. To go back to the incestuous comment.
Darwin's granddad? Is that what you said? Darwin's granddad pushed evolution?
Yeah.
Then why aren't we attributing it to him instead of Darwin?
Because Darwin stepped off the Beagle and saw Galapagos finches. I mean, I don't know. The point is he had a ready-made bias. I'm dubious of a lot of narratives that we're given, and so that's where I come from.
Yeah,
so,
that's fine. Like, I'm dubious of a lot of narratives too. Like, when I hate it when people get mail and say you want a trip to wherever. I look at that and I say this is a tactic to get money. And whereas other people say, "Oh, I'm so lucky, I won a trip." Like, no, you should be dubious of things, certain things. Especially things that are very important, like your eternal destiny.
Yeah, but I mean, we're both making those decisions, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And I'm willing to accept the consequences if I'm wrong. And I'm willing to change my mind if I'm wrong. But I need to see what Jesus himself did first, if the Bible's true. That's not too much to ask, is it?
No. But my thought would be that you aren't as dubious of the science as I am, and maybe you should be.
Oh, there's scientists themselves are dubious about some evolutionary mechanism, and they argue with each other all the time. And there's a lot of, from what I understand, mechanistic pathways that are very low confidence, and there's still a lot of questions. And so you can have two evolutionary scientists that disagree with each other greatly on something very specific, but on the big idea that of common ancestry, I think it's close to like in the high 99 or 98% convergence. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, atheists, Buddhists, Taoists, whatever. No matter what scientist you are in, geology, chemistry, physics, zoology, whatever, they all converged on this big idea.
Do you think that if we lost, if somehow you could do it, this thought experiment, if you could take evolution out of our past, the idea of it, like we didn't discover it or we didn't think about it, how much actual real science would we lose?
Quite a bit of medical science, like how we get, how we treat a lot of illnesses. I think evolution was very pivotal in that. I have a friend who works for a pharmaceutical company, and they basically do evolution every day.
Well, funny, my boss is a Christian and a pastor, and he used to work for Pfizer. So, just anecdotal. I don't know where he stands on, I don't think he's an evolutionist, though. No, I don't think he is,
But practically in day-to-day life, like cellular technology, radar, that sort of thing, that's been a result of wars, and that impacts our life probably on a very day-to-day level. Like, since everybody has a smartphone, World War II has probably had a bigger impact than evolution.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm thinking, and that's, as far as science is concerned, I think there's a difference between science and engineering, and I don't really care for the theoretical sciences. I don't. I mean, it's fun to talk about sometimes, but if I can't see it, I don't really, I don't trust experts. I guess that's the
You don't trust experts?
It.
You trust Paul?
No.
You trust Paul, Mark, Matthew, Luke, John? They were experts. They were there. Gotcha.
Yeah, you got me. We all got to choose. Hey, you get yours from a lectern lab coat guy. I get mine from pulpit collared dude. I mean,
yeah, white beards and shepherd sticks.
Yeah.
Anyhow, thanks for coming
All right,
on.
well, yeah, no, I appreciate it. Good conversation.
Yep.
And good. Previous one was good too. Thanks.
Yep. Hey, Justin.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, did you want to talk to Franklin?
Oh, that was my idea, but it's
Oh,
okay.
Okay. Are you?
I was just going to say with this question about like what sciences would we lose? It's actually quite a bit. For example, geology, and the formation of limestone. Like that has to do with the buildup of these little tiny planktons called diatoms millions of years ago that went and compacted on the ocean floor and became limestone. So it pops up in all sorts of different situations. And one thing which I don't know that I've ever heard a satisfactory answer to when you run into people who are young Earth creationists is like, well, why does the petrochemical industry believe in an old Earth? Because they use like all of these models to go and find out where do you like find oil.
Mhm.
And they know like if you look for these certain types of things, this is because such and such years ago that this was a forest that got covered over. If you look for these types of rocks, that means it's been down there for such amount of time, and that's where oil tends to form.
Yeah.
And that's a sector where like the only motive is profit.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I understand why you would bring that up, because you're trying to appeal to something they value. But he might even be an old earther. I don't know if Franklin's an old earther or not. So he could still kind of explain that. I believe in dinosaurs. I believe the Earth is old, and I believe that there was plenty of time for the dinosaurs to decay into oil. You might grant all that.
What is the explanation then of like the fossil record then?
That it's real, but they're all under 10,000 years old. If he's a young earther, if he's an old earther, he would just say God made things and it's been around a while.
And he kept making new things as time went on.
Yeah, that God decided to make new species during the 7th day of creation, and the days were actually 6 days, and the days were millions or billions of years.
Yeah, that's what I believed when I was Mormon, that a day to, and this is actually just stated in Mormon doctrine, that like a day to God is not a day to us. But there's some old Mormon lore which had kind of fallen out of favor by the time I was around, but like my parents' generation, it was that we have fossils because the Earth was made out of other previous planets, one of which had dinosaurs on it. And so that's why we have all these old fossils in the ground, because the Earth was made out of pre-existing material.
Yeah, like I think going into the minutia, like I mentioned chromosome 2 to him, but I think you really do have to understand genetics a bit to understand why chromosome 2 is so powerful to evolution.
Yeah.
And so that's why I don't go into detail with it. I really think just talking to people like Franklin about going to the zoo and just noticing the patterns in us mammals is so powerful.
Yes, and how else would you classify humans if not as apes?
Yes,
we share.
Because I brought up with him the cougar and the tiger, and he would say they're of the same kind because they're both felines. But then go to the zoo and look at an ape and look at yourself. Are we the same kind?
Yeah, and we are.
And we are. But he would, I think, struggle saying yes, that we are the same kind.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he would have to admit this for the cougar and tiger and lion.
Yeah, and I think one thing which is unfortunate is, young Earth creationism, from what I understand, really at this point in time is only an American and maybe Canadian thing. It doesn't really exist elsewhere. Oh.
I don't know.
Did I lose you, Doug?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, I just couldn't see you. And it makes me very sad to know that my country is one of the last holdouts of the last bastions of saying we're going to ignore the science behind the devices that we use every single day.
Well, it's dropping every year.
Makes...
Like, what percentage of United States rejects evolution?
It is getting better. That's true.
Pew Center research. 1 in 5 U.S. adults reject the basic idea that life on Earth has evolved at all. And roughly half the U.S. population accepts evolutionary theory. So it's 50-50.
Yeah. It's not a good number. Anyway, I gotta run. Thanks for letting me on, and I'll catch you some other time.
Okay, take care. Yeah, and if you look at the top 10 most populous countries in the world, I bet you they don't fare any better than the United States on the evolutionary thing. Maybe. Well, China's the exception. But do you think Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Brazil, like, do you think they accept evolution more than 50% of the US? Probably not. Let me know when another primate harnesses fire, asked Franklin. Actually, that's a good question. Has another primate harnessed fire before? Like, there's primates who use tools. You've seen monkeys take a nut or whatever and then take a rock and then pound it. I've seen monkeys drive cars. But they're my cousins. Literally my cousins. My first cousins. They drive like a monkey. They're up on the curb. They're all over the road, but they'll get you there. I still have energy, so if someone wants to call in. If evolution is false, would you say that God exists? Asked Nafe. Now, that's a great question. That is a great question. I would have to say that increases the probabilities for me personally. But it's still, because it's a great unknown then, right? Because right now there's no competing explanation for human life other than evolution and maybe aliens, but where did the aliens come from, right? Is there a competing explanation other than God or evolution? What's a third option? Honestly, don't know. What is the third option? Or fourth? What do you make of McClatchy's view on evolution, asked Jerome? I think McClatchy accepts a lot of it, but he thinks that since there's so much unknown, we have to import God to tinker here and there. So it is a bit of a God of the gaps. And that's what I basically said. If evolution is false, then do I go to the God of the gaps? I don't know. Give me another explanation. Like, you can withhold judgment too. You don't have to say, you just say, I don't know. Well, when I say God, I mean multiple gods. Yeah, Christianity could be false and a different God be the source of it, of course, Andrew. Abiogenesis is arguably chemistry, not evolution. That's correct. But you could call it chemical evolution, though. The third option is just magic. How can there be free will if God hardened the Pharaoh's heart, causing the Jews not to be released? Well, meticula vitriol, what some Christians say is, and Jews, is that God already knew Pharaoh's heart was hard. So God just hardened his already hard heart to give Pharaoh what he wanted. God was being nice. He was saying, okay, you want to be hard? I'll make you harder. That didn't sound good. That's what she said. I'm being a bad boy. Room's open. Chimps use shaped sticks to stick into termite mounds. When the stick comes out, there's termites stuck to it, and the chimp eats it. Yeah. Chimps can do amazing things. There's many animals that are better than humans on a lot of tasks. From memorization to definitely dexterity. Hello.
Hi, hi, Doug.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm about 8.75 right now.
Oh, that's not too bad. That's pretty good. I'm like a 7.5.
Oh, well, let's, by the end of this interview, get you up to 8.75 like me.
Cool. Well, I just got home from work and then I thought, oh my gosh, today is Theist Thursday, so let me just watch what Doug is saying. I just want to say thank you that you have been instrumental. God sent you to help with my deconversion.
Oh.
So
When did this happen?
Yeah. About 2 weeks ago, right before COVID, I believe. Yeah, 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Oh, I thought you said 2 weeks ago.
No, 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hang on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you still have that fresh atheist smell. Or are you an atheist?
Yeah. Well, are you asking if I
Yeah.
am one? I'm not sure. I mean, I'm open for God's existence, but it's too many claims, but I don't see anything. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I know that some people say that when you don't have when you don't believe in God, you kind of don't have purpose. But I feel like it helped me a lot to realize that I'm on my own, you know, and stop praying for a miracle. For example, my husband and I, we have been trying to have babies since 2015. And then when we got diagnosed that we could not, I was like, what the hell? I mean, I think I've done like everything perfect. You know, I had like a nice, when we were boyfriends, I mean, how you say it? We were dating, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my Portuguese gets in the way. When we were dating, we did everything that was supposed to be done. You know, we have like a nice wedding and we were kind of not fornicating.
Right.
And I was like, but why us? I mean, so many people like they do everything wrong and they have like a bunch of babies and one from each dad, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like some friends. Why us? Why? So after that, of course, I was like pursuing treatment and everything. But I feel like once I realized that I don't think like miracles exist, so whatever, I'm just gonna work hard and save money and do whatever treatment I have to do.
Have you guys tried IVF yet?
Yes, we tried, and we are doing next year again. But we tried and it did not work. So,
Sorry to hear that.
yeah, and I know that you have in vitro babies too, right?
Yes. Yeah. I remind them every day how much I paid for them.
Oh my gosh, this is what I'm gonna do with my kids. Yes. But I don't know how I started listening to you, or if it was my husband who sent me. I don't even know. I mean, like 2 years ago, we were like going, like visiting a lot of churches, you know. And my husband is like he would complain about everything. Did you hear what they say? It doesn't make sense, this and that. What they are singing is not according to the scriptures. And I was like, oh, why can't you just, you know, lift your hands and whatever? Let me just have a good time.
Why can't I just worship in peace?
But no, he cannot. No, he would not. And then we were like talking, and then at some point I was like, you know what? I don't even believe in those things anymore. Maybe Henry is his name. And I said, maybe Henry was a more Christian than I was. I always consider him more faithful than me. You know what I mean? I knew that if he had to choose between Jesus and myself, he would choose Jesus and screw me. You know what I mean? In my thought, he was always like, like a faithful servant. And I don't know how it happened, but we both started like to doubt together. And then,
so let me guess, you started doubting together when you were on dates alone with each other, and you would say, what should we do tonight? And you turned on your smartphone and you watched the PineCreek channel as you ate chicken to the sunset or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but it just happened. And it's very hard on us because Henry doesn't like a lot of people. You know, I am very like sociable. I like having friends over. So it was very hard in the beginning because once you tell your friends that you don't believe, you know, I had 90% of my friends, they were Christian. And when you tell them you don't believe in those things, it's just like so terrible. And they start, you know, citing scriptures, verses to you. And then you just compliment whatever they're saying. Also, maybe I used to say, so maybe I was not a chosen one. Because I was born and raised in the Assembly of God. My dad is a pastor. And Henry's, his dad is a Presbyterian pastor.
Oh.
So, yes. So it's kind of, it's very hard when you talk to them. They kind of know we don't believe anymore, but they keep saying, yes, we are praying for you guys. We're not gonna, you know, give up. God is gonna, and I say, anyway, so I was raised in that community, you know, very involved in your lives. And I don't know, it's a mess sometimes.
Do they besides just saying that they're praying for you, do they want to hear an explanation of why you don't believe?
We kind of told them last time we went, because they live in Brazil, right? When we went to do the baby treatment, we told them, but they cannot like grasp. It doesn't make sense to them that we just left, you know, because we have been married for 15 years. And when we got married, we started going to a Presbyterian church. So we became Calvinists, right? So everything that happened, God had an excuse for it, you know. Not having babies, well, God doesn't want to. Maybe he wants me to work harder and then make more money and then be an example for those that cannot have kids, how I cope with it.
But you know, there's non-Calvinist Christians who are going to hear this either now or on the replay and say, see, that's why Calvinism is bad. If you were a non-Calvinist Christian, you'd still be a Christian today.
Oh, but I was one before.
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, but... well, just keep doing whatever you're doing. You're helping a lot of people. Yeah, I know you said sometimes you get tired of, you know, you're not having a...
What was the most helpful for you and your husband, Henry?
Mm-hmm.
The content that I produced, what was most helpful to you guys?
It was like about all the claims and, you know, saying that 5,000 are converted, this and that was like cure. And I was just like examples from the Bible. Nobody knew if it happened or not. We have just the numbers. We don't have names. We cannot prove anything. And then I was like, oh, okay, but nowadays there are miracles too. And then I started recalling everything that I've saw. And I was like, I don't even think that was true, you know? And then...
yeah. And what would you're both PKs, pastors' kids.
Yeah, they are the worst. Yeah.
Yeah.
PK.
What would your dad and your husband's dad say if you said, you know what, I could easily see myself returning to Christianity if you did something like 1 Kings 18. Let's soak some wood and ask God to light it on fire.
Oh no, but I'm taking notes. In April when I go back, I'm gonna do all of that. I'm gonna talk to them. Hey, listen, if that happens, then but I understand. And I told some of my friends, they like were crying when we told them we didn't believe. Oh my goodness, what is gonna happen now? You guys are going to hell. I was like, you know what? I understand what you're feeling. Maybe if it was like the opposite, I was still a Christian and you would come to me and tell me you were not anymore, maybe I would feel the same way, But we have more things in common than just being a Christians. Can we just, talk about other things?
So most of your friends believe in eternal conscious torment?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So try asking this someday. Let's assume, how do you pronounce your name? Ita? Ita?
Ita.
Ita.
Mm-hmm.
What if me, Ita, dies a non-Christian? Do you think I deserve hell? Because you know my life. Like you said, you did everything right. You never fornicated. And But yeah, according to God, you still do sin. You might have bad thoughts or might have stolen a pencil from work or whatever. Do you think you deserve eternal conscious torment for that? What would you think they'd say?
They would say that they are not like, God is like his thoughts are higher than ours. And if I go, I'll be going, RC's pro, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they say, if he saw his mom in hell, he would be glorifying God.
Yeah. I played that clip on my channel once.
I know, I remember that. So
Yeah.
I was like, oh, look at that. And I believe those things too. Like, I was like, oh, whatever. If you're not going, God knows what's better. I know that I'm going to heaven. Because if I was not a chosen one, I would not even be talking about godly stuff. You know what I mean?
This is kind of sneaky, but you could ask your friends, like, do you love me? And they'll say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you would enjoy heaven knowing I'm in hell if we both died in a car accident together or something? Like, you love me, right? Like, you think you just forget about me because heaven, all the tears will be wiped away? And if so, is that really you in heaven then? If you've forgotten about one of your best friends? I wonder how they would react to that.
I'll come back in April and tell you.
Where are you going? Where are you living right now?
I live in Orlando.
Okay. And Brazil's your home?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just on the phone talking to my mom, and then I had an exam yesterday. And then I did great. And then she said, oh, that's so nice. Congratulations. And did you praise God for that? And I said, no, I just passed the exam. And she was, and you did not? Said, thank you. And I said, no. Why not? Mom, you just asked me. I'm just answering your question. I'm not going to be lying to you. I didn't know. I just passed the test. Okay, that's good. Move on. And she was like, yeah, it's hard on them. And I understand because I was like the perfect daughter, so
I'm going to say something that might hurt you, but I think something to prepare you for in the future. If your parents and your in-laws and your friends are convinced that you're not coming back to Christianity, they're going to pray that you won't have kids.
Yeah, I don't know if it might happen, but I know that when I have them, they're going to say, the worst thing is that when I do finally have them, oh my goodness, we prayed so much for that.
Oh, yeah.
No. Oh, that's the word. I already told Henry, if I hear this thing, I'm going to say, no. Do you know how much I work in the hospital to make money and be able to pay for my kids? No, it was not God.
Yeah. My dad was against in vitro fertilization at first. And because I asked him for help because we were younger and I didn't have a lot of money. I had some money, but so, hey, Dad, can you lend me $20,000? And for what? For in vitro fertilization? No, that's God's department. Not God is the giver of life, taker of life, not test tubes and science. But then when we had the kids, he's like so happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Praise God, right?
Praise God. Yeah, praise God for the money that we spend in making those kids. Yeah.
Hmm.
But you know, God can use whatever he wants, you know. He can use the doctors and that's it.
Yeah.
But
What would it take for you to go back to Christianity, you think? If your friends happen to be listening to this.
what would take, oh my goodness. Oh, something very, very that can never happen by itself, you know. I don't know, something glorious. How can I? Not even me having kids would make me go back, you know. Oh, you know what would make me go back?
What?
My dad, he had polio when he was a kid, right? If his leg, one of his leg is shorter than the other one and skinnier, right? Because of polio. If his leg grows back, I'll go back to be a Christian.
It's similar to an amputee getting his leg back.
Yeah, that would make me go back. Mm-hmm.
There's a guy named Daniel once in here, and if it's a friend of mine who I know, he's also from Brazil, so I'm not sure if I should let him in or not.
Mm.
I'll just leave it, me and you. But anything else you wanted to say? I'm happy that, like, did you have this period of turmoil, like internally, not just your family and friends, but did you have existential angst, fear of hell after you left?
Oh yeah, I remember, you know, laying in bed and thinking, like, so everything that I always believed, everything is a lie. Okay, now what I'm gonna do? Nothing else makes sense, you know, because everything was like related to the Bible. Everything that I was about to do. Okay, let me pray about it. Let me see if the doors are open. So you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, everything is a lie. So from now on, I have no like purpose of life. It's like, why do I even, you know, exist? Why am I here?
Are you still going through that today, or did you get over that?
I know I'm over that.
And how did you get over that?
Listen to PineCreek and all that.
Giving hope, meaning, and purpose to millions.
Yes. No, there are so many things like in life that you can that can give you purpose. You know, I'm a nurse and I see like a bunch of stuff in the hospital, and I would never, you know, desire to die because like of my parents. It would like would make them suffer a lot. So my purpose right now is like work, study, make my babies because I want them to exist, take care of my parents, exercise. Life is beautiful and I travel. You know, I don't know when I'm gonna die. So
how long did it take you to get over that and sort of replace that hope, meaning, and purpose you lost?
a couple of months, I guess, like 3-4 months. And more you talk about those things and listen to other people like experiences, you kind of come to the realization that yeah.
And you and your husband kind of left exactly at the same time, or was one before the other?
No, I think it was like at the same time. Yeah. I don't know what would I do if he was like still a Christian.
Yeah, that was my next question.
Yeah, I would probably go to church still. I don't know, I can fake well.
But your husband would know the truth.
Oh, he would know the truth.
And he'd be
maybe he would. No, he could not divorce me because the Bible say that, you know. I don't know. He would just convince me, but I don't know. I would still go to church, but if I was still a Christian and he was not, I would just keep praying for him, I guess.
Yeah.
But
that's what my wife does. She just has hope that someday I'll change my mind, and my kids.
And that is the hard part too with kids. I kind of like that when we have kids, we are away from our families because everyone is in Brazil, you know.
Yes.
You kind of they will not interfere with education, or I don't know. But anyway,
That's what
it's
we
hard.
did. Like my wife and I are 2,000 miles from our family. So if you want to grow up and have your own family and your own, like, but you do lose out on free babysitting.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, my mom can come and stay 5 months, and then when I'm tired, I can send
Oh,
her.
5 months is too long.
It's still long. Yeah, last time she stayed for 5 months, it was not fun.
Relatives are like families like fish on the counter. After 3 days, it starts to spoil and smell bad.
Oh, yes. Yeah, but I understand it's hard for, friends, family, especially when your parents are so involved in church. It's hard for them to understand. And maybe if one day one of my kids become a Christian, I was like, whoa, my goodness, why? It's like, I just left. Why would you do that,
But well, hang on though, Ita, you probably met your husband in church, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We met in church.
And it turned out well for you. So maybe your daughter will go through a similar experience to you, meet a nice man with, a good moral foundation that Christianity can provide.
Yeah.
And then later on they just leave. Actually, this is something I've been toying around with that I've never actually said publicly, but I'll say it to you now. Do you think, or I'll ask it in the form of a question, do you think that maybe Christianity has a purpose in helping give a moral framework, especially for young people, that will prevent them from like sleeping around, getting STDs left and right, getting pregnant, whatever. And then later on, when they grow up, they realize, oh, this is based on something false, but it gave me some good practical foundations. What do you think of that idea?
Yeah, it might help, but I think that all those things, should come from the parents. They should be like the main example, and teaching, explaining life to their kids. Because I have friends that I've never asked if they believe in God or not, but they are not part of any religion, and they're great people,
Yeah.
So I don't think it matters. Like a good support at home, and teaching your kids how to behave in society, I think it's far more important than having a religion and someone always saying in your ears, you're going to hell if you do this or that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree
But
with that.
yeah, sometimes people think like you leave Christianity because you just got, as a pastor kid, everyone is always watching you and making comments. You can never do anything wrong. Or maybe you left Christianity because you were traumatized, But I never thought about those things before. Now looking back, I'm like, oh, those son of a bitch. Why would they, I was just a kid. Why would they be complaining about everything that I was doing? But when I left Christianity, I never thought about those things, It just didn't make sense anymore. But it was not because of community or any other complaints that I have. Meaning community is something that I miss, We used to get together Saturday, do something fun, and then Sunday everyone was early in the morning at church. So, and I don't have that anymore. So that is the hard thing.
Well, with your permission, I'm thinking of making a short clip of you on my, when new people come to my channel and they see me for the very first time. I think I'm going to make a clip of you saying, when I asked you what gives you hope, meaning, and purpose now that you've left religion, you said watching the PineCreek channel.
Yes.
I think that's perfect. But thanks for coming on, Ita.
Yes, thank you for having me, Doug.
All the
Bye.
best, and I hope the IVF works out for you next year.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
And let's see if Daniel is who I think it is. No, it's someone else. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, PineCreek.
We've talked before,
Hey.
right?
Yeah. We've talked before.
I sure hope you're riding a bike right now.
It's a stationary bike, but yeah.
Because other people might think you're doing something else.
Okay. Sure. So, hey, I love the topic of evolution. I think it's how do you talk to people about evolution and not get frustrated that they seem to not understand what it is?
How do I not get frustrated?
Yeah,
I just choose not to be.
you just choose not to be.
Yeah.
I just, I guess I got a message for the Christian, which is, so every time I hear this evolution topic come up, it seems to me like they just don't understand what it is. And I was thinking about, like, if you were to flip it around, I mean, how would they feel if I said, I can't believe in Christianity because I just don't believe that Jesus was crucified in a burning bush. I just can't believe it, and the Christian would have to be like, well, you fundamentally don't understand. That's not what we're saying, and that's how I feel when I see Christians talk about evolution. They just fundamentally do not understand what it is.
Yeah.
And it just blows my mind. I mean, I feel like, I guess I just wonder if it would be effective to give more examples like that. Just totally set up Christianity and say, look, I can't believe it because I can't believe that Jesus transfigured into Moses. That's the part I'm stuck on.
Yeah, well, I think those are great examples of what one can do. But for guys like Franklin, I totally get him and understand him. Like, the fact that we're here consciously talking to each other is pretty amazing, right? The fact that if you go back in time, we have some...
You mean that we've evolved?
Yeah, that over the length of time that things worked out the way they did to evolve us, conscious beings, and any mammals, is quite fascinating and amazing.
Low probability.
Yeah, and so for them, it's easier to think God did it, rather than... They don't care about how God did it. It's just easier to say God did it, and all the details that you don't need to know. It's easier. And because of this whole idea of design, that we create things that are complicated, like Xboxes or whatever, Oculus, VR.
Yeah.
It makes sense. We're humans. We got intellect. We can do it. And so therefore, God has intellect. And so he can create humans that can do similar things. And it's just, it fits. It's easy.
You really helped me with that design argument, though, when you said, can you name something that's not designed? And I had never heard that before, which I thought was a really good rebuttal to the design thing. But so is there anything that atheists have that's similar to that? Well, that's just profound in that way, that I feel like you're saying it's such a low probability that we're here talking.
Yeah, it is.
And that's where they just insert God because it's a low probability.
Yeah, because it's intuitive to them because of the design argument, and it's also easier. They don't need to get into the details other than say God did it.
Yeah. I just think, going back to the evolution thing, I almost find it offensive that there's so little understanding of what it is. I'd love to see a Christian take a test, like a simple test, like explain what the theory of evolution is, and see if you can pass it. Because I think, Doug, if you were to take a test on explain the fundamentals of Christianity, you would pass it just fine.
Right.
But I don't think I've ever seen a Christian say, yeah, I don't believe in evolution, but at least I can take the test and pass it.
Yeah.
Please just understand what it is that the theory is saying. Well, even if you think it's wrong, it's still a complete theory.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know why I'm defending the creationists here, but I will try a little bit to help you understand them. And that is, I was raised a Christian, so that's why I would pass that test. But most people are not raised scientifically minded, or even gone to university and in the sciences and studied this, or even been to a good high school that taught it. So in a way, you can't blame them, because number one, they have no, if you're a theist, if you're, let's say, an old age, young earth creationist, you have no desire to look into evolution because you've already got it figured out. You weren't raised to believe in evolution, so you have no reason to figure it out or to explain it. It's just like, they are what they are. But the good news is that when they encounter something for the very first time that pushes against their worldview, then they'll have cognitive dissonance and they'll have to wrestle with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It comes down to the fact that it's offensive against their belief system.
Yeah. Well,
right. So they need to become like the progressive Christian at least to be able to like look at it. Like it's so much cognitive, because I went through a journey like that myself, and so I had to go like progressive Christian to be like, well, I do understand evolution, like that makes sense, but it's not jiving with my religion. So I went progressive Christian so that it would at least, like, I didn't have the cognitive dissonance until I went a little bit deeper. But
that guy Franklin, who we're talking about, has just said in the live stream chat that he's willing to take the test if you want to give it to him.
Okay, I don't know where, like, it wouldn't have to be a super complicated test, but sure, there's got to be one online that's just like pretty basic, pretty, 12 questions, 20 questions or something. But, it kind of comes back to the whole, like, well, I don't, like you said, like the crocodile gives birth to a duck sort of thing is just so common. And
like when I asked him what a species was, you could tell he really hadn't heard that before.
Yeah, or the idea that genes can't
add information,
get more information. Like I've done experiments. I took 3 years of genetics. Like you can do experiments right in the lab where you can increase the genetic information in a bacteria. Like, yeah, it's a small example, but to say that never happens or can't be observed, I mean, that's kind of like biology 101.
But I actually think that when it comes to evangelical Christians who are young earth creationists or even old earth creationists but deny evolution, it's not for atheists to do it. Like we should tell them, go to biologos.org, go talk to Christians that you respect and admire for who they are as a person, and let them explain it to you, because then there's not this worldview problem.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, if they don't believe in evolution, start by talking to Christians that do believe in evolution first.
Yeah.
Because at least they don't think like, well, I'm just trying to send you to hell. Like that's my goal.
Like why should atheists like ourselves do the hard lifting when there's Christians who love Jesus as much as they do, who accept it and can probably more effectively talk about it?
Yeah. So anyways, yeah, I just challenge Christians to at least take a test, because it is a unified theory. I know you have a background in chemistry, and it's like, if chemistry was an affront to someone's worldview, you would at least want them to understand, the basics, and not just get that completely wrong. It's just sad to watch. But yeah, I appreciate the topic. I would love to see a topic on prayer. I mean, honestly, I kind of have another challenge for Christians to like, please explain what prayer is supposed to be doing, because, it's the whole like, God already sees the future kind of thing.
If you're Pentecostal, prayer changes the future. If you're not Pentecostal, prayer just makes you feel good.
Doesn't that make, so here's the question for Christians. Doesn't prayer make you more powerful than God? If you can change God's mind, you're just saying, hey, I know better, right?
Well, no.
I know better.
Like there's examples of bargaining, which is a type of prayer with Yahweh in the Old Testament. I think they would just say, hey, God can still say no. So it doesn't make you more powerful than God.
I feel like the only type of prayer you could ever do is just, God, your will be done.
Yeah. And now a lot of Christians believe that.
I pray for your will be done. Like because you're not there to change God's mind.
In fact, that's what Jesus is reported to saying, right? the Lord's Prayer,
Okay.
"Thy will be done on earth
Yeah.
as it is in heaven." Yeah, but anyhow,
Yeah, you know your stuff. So, okay, I got to find a simple evolution task, 15, 20 questions just for the basics and see if we can at least understand this on a basic level instead of just getting it straight up wrong. Even if you believe it's an affront to God, it's still a unified theory. Let's at least get the theory correct.
yeah, I think that's a big step in saying to guys like Franklin, I want you to disagree with evolution. I want you to deny it, but I want you to be a paid actor and explain it perfectly, or the basics perfectly.
It's the steel man. It's like the steel man never gets anywhere. And I've been watching a lot of interviews with Aaron Ra where he's interviewing people, and just over and over and over again, my understanding I took genetics and immunology and was like, oh, it's so far off from what the basics are, ducks and crocodiles and all that. So anyways, that's what I wanted to say. Thanks for giving me your perspective.
Okay, Daniel, take care.
Adios.
Another route one could take is, how Christians sometimes say, well, if just one miracle story is correct out of all the miracle claims, then wouldn't you believe in the supernatural? Well, if just one piece of evidence of evolution via common descent from geology or biology or chemistry or physics is correct, then shouldn't you accept evolution via common descent? Use the same thing back on them. Jack!
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
I missed you yesterday.
I feel foolish. Well, I don't have any money, and you were very kind. It was like a $5 buy-in, right?
Yeah, I did it for you.
And I still missed it. I feel embarrassed, but I had stuff to do. I was busy being lonely, so I couldn't. No, I was busy. Yeah, I've joined late today, so I didn't quite hear what everybody was talking about. I really liked what that last guy was saying, though. Daniel, I was just finishing up with him. I think it's funny though, because his point of like you could take a test and be able to surmise Christian beliefs. It just made me laugh because I thought, yeah, again, one type. You know how many versions of Christian, you know what I mean? If somebody said, hey, Doug, can you give me what is the Greek Orthodox understanding of Christianity, or explain to me what a Coptic Christian thinks, or like American Christianity is such a like thin sliver. But I mean, I also get it. I think your point was right. It's like it's not about the details. You know what I mean? Like I truly believe something like evolution changing somebody's Christianity or changing their belief in God. Like to me, that seems super, super rare that somebody would go, oh, I think evolution is true, so therefore I don't believe in God. Like there's tons of forms of Christianity that are either fine with it or don't even care.
What do you think? Like you said, it's rare that someone would deconvert just based on evolution, but what do you think is not rare? Like what do you think is the main reason why people deconvert?
Yeah, that's what I kind of wanted to talk about.
Yeah,
I think there's two.
I'm clairvoyant.
My mind, I can feel my head. Get out of my head.
Do you feel your throat tightening?
Yeah, it goes like scanners. My head just explodes. Oh, we're done with that call. Yeah, I wanted to talk about. I think the two things is like morality is a big one, because one of the things you were saying is with the caller ago was like, oh, maybe the best course of action is you become a Christian, you have Christian morals, and then you leave Christianity. You're married now, your life's doing well. You use Christianity for what it can give you and you leave. But I really think that there's a large majority of people who leave just because of morality. They struggle with whatever thing in the Bible and if they feel right or wrong, and that's where the struggle comes.
Yeah.
And then I think that the other half of it is, which this is you, I'm just quoting you now, but you find somebody you respect who isn't a Christian. And then you think, oh, somebody could think different than me and not be like stupid.
Yeah.
I thought if you don't think like me, you're an idiot. Yeah. So I think those are the two things that get people out. I mean, that's, for me, it's that not thinking somebody was smart and didn't believe. And I was like, oh, what? I have to actually do my research now. And then you're in trouble. You can't stay anymore. But I wanted to talk about the morality thing too, because I think what you're talking about, like your example was, if somebody's a Christian, they probably sleep around less, they're less likely to get STDs, like that kind of an idea. And I think that's partially true. But I think Christian morality has a danger, and it's the same danger I think a lot of anti-PC people point out about PC culture, which is there's a morality of being offended.
Mm-hmm.
And for a Christian, if they find something that they are offended by, it's persecution.
Right.
I'm like a martyr because of something that has offended me, and which I think is also funny to me, because there's a part of Christianity that's supposed to deal with that. Like
except the precepts, the Calvinists, they're an exception to like the. Well, they might say they're persecuted, but they like it. They love it. They bring more. Like, try to offend me more. It doesn't hurt me.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm the chosen one.
But what do you think that does to someone who, like, if we're talking about morals, like what kind of person, like, I guess if we're talking about a precept, I could see a precept who's like, go ahead and offend me, but the precept doesn't like have respect for the person they're talking to. You know what I mean? They enjoy, I'm being persecuted, but they're not actually listening to the other person.
But
it's not.
But in most cases in life, that's the case. Like, you know me for 4 hours of your life now, roughly. I'm still a stranger to you. If you tell me that you respect me, well, although I got thousands of hours of content that you might have watched, I don't know. But the point is that you shouldn't have this type of deep respect for strangers. Like, yeah. And so it shouldn't bother you when people say things that might be offensive to you, if it's coming from a stranger.
I totally agree with that. But I think, I hear what you're saying, because when you're saying respect, you mean like, this person's opinion might change my opinion. I'm going to listen to what they're saying and really consider it. But I think that there's a basic respect to, I hear your viewpoint, and I'm still going to treat you like a normal person. Civility. Yeah. That's a much better term. And that I think is something that Christians like lose, because it's better to be like, I was attacked, I was persecuted, and now whatever course of action I choose to do, it's justified by God. If I feel offended, I can now go out and say, this person said whatever to me. This person's, I'm just thinking of like the panics of like, like Dungeons and Dragons is from Satan. I'm offended by this. I'm scared by it. God wants me to destroy a game, and if I find children playing it, I should ruin their night because God wants me to. And that, to me, it's like, I think that's not good.
Yeah.
I think that's a side effect of it. But it's like what you said. I think that your clip you should do is you talking about they don't need the details, because that is the gist of it. What makes Christianity so strong is you can cut out as many legs as you want, and it's like, that's fine. There's always another one. I don't need the details. I don't need the base.
Yeah, but when Ita was on, did you see her?
I only saw the tail end. I really wish I had hopped on earlier.
I asked her what she watched of me that helped her leave Christianity and her husband, and she said some of the details I pointed out, like, we don't we don't have people who actually put their name on their work in the Gospels and say, this is what I saw, and the 500 appearances of Jesus, like, who are they? Like, little small details and stuff in the Old Testament, the details of, did you know Jesus commanded this in the Old Testament?
Yeah. Did she talk about what got her looking at it? Like, what made her...
That sort of thing.
Or she just said she clicked on you and just saw you say,
actually, I never asked.
Never heard it before.
Ida, if you're here, how did you find me in the first place? I didn't ask
that.
her.
I would be super interested in, because I would say, for me, I feel a similar way of like learning about those details did definitely get me out, but I had to start wanting to see them.
Yes.
Like I've talked to you about my dad. My dad also knows a lot of the things I know. He especially since he's become Eastern Orthodox. They talk a lot about like the Apocrypha and the Book of Enoch. And I mean, they will talk about things like the proto-infant gospel of James. And, did you know Jesus, he turned a bird into clay? And you're like, isn't that from that that gospel that's false? And they're like, that shouldn't be in the Bible. It's not a true gospel, but we think that happened. And then it was just embellished. And what?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. Their ability to accept something and say, well, this is what tradition teaches, and then say, well, that doesn't mean you should read this. It means you should just hear what the church's opinion on it is, and whatever they say is good. Yeah, I think it gives them a lot of legs, because it's that, with my dad, you can knock out, hey, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, we don't know who wrote them. And he'll just say, oh, well, the church affirms it. So
Yeah,
it's
like
fine.
if you look at the theme, if my channel's history has a theme and how I lead people to hell, it's usually by talking about hell,
Yeah.
because it's disgusting. They have one version of hell, the eternal conscious torment version, and most people are revolted by it. And talking about Old Testament atrocities.
Yeah.
And they both are in the
Yeah.
morality camp.
Yeah.
And then,
And I would say, too, for young people, like even just the history of how homosexuality has been treated by the church is enough to get.
yeah,
It's like they didn't even need, you can talk to them and be like, well, do you know that Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John are written by, and they're like, no, I don't care at all.
Yeah,
Like, I have no
exactly.
interest in it.
well, and I've just recently, I've had people come down on me hard saying it's bad that you point out what the Bible says about homosexuals, and don't you know there's other interpretations and so forth. But the fact of the matter is that the Old Testament says it's abominable to lie with a man like you lie with a woman, and you see no examples in the Old Testament of the great founding Israelite fathers doing so. And,
Yeah.
well, they'll say Jesus was gay though.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned that. I was listening to some of, Bart Ehrman. He has those great, what's it called? Great courses.
Something like that.
Something like that, immaculate, beautiful teaching courses.
Bart
Really
doesn't
humble
call me
name.
anymore after I published some of his debate with
After
Lacona.
I know you told me you ruined that relationship.
Yeah.
Man,
I burned
you
that
guys used to
bridge.
be such close friends.
We used to play poker together. I mean,
Man, but I was listening to his course where he was talking about the secret gospel of Mark. I don't know if you ever heard about that, but essentially it has a part of it where Jesus is with a young man for 7 days, and it says the young man was dressed only in linen, and Jesus stayed with him all night to explain to him the secrets of the gospel or whatever.
well, there is a verse still in Mark that talks about a man running around naked after talking
Oh,
to Jesus.
yeah. That Christians, like, that's Mark inserting himself in the story, which I always thought that was so funny, because even if I'm Christian, I believe it. Why would I think that was Mark? Like, why burn Mark? What if Mark saw it happen and was like, hey, there's some idiot who, and then we're like, yeah, that was Mark, and he's like, that wasn't me. Are you? No, I would have wore clothes. What the heck, guys?
I have an atheist friend named Danny. I don't know the exact details, but he says that maybe Jesus was transgender.
Okay,
Yeah, and
I'm interested.
and he was a very feminine man because he was pacifism, the whole thing.
It depends on which like gospel you're reading. No, I don't. Actually, doesn't every gospel have him like beating the crap out of people in the temple?
No, only 2 do, or is it maybe
Okay.
3? I don't know.
I know John for sure has it, and
But you're saying transgenders
so
can't
does-
get mad?
oh no, I'm saying they can, but I don't think they would just sit patiently for a couple hours building a whip. I think if transgenders got angry, it would be over. Game's done.
I just had a vision of Jesus running a race against a bunch of women. And just beating all the women like handily.
Well, it's funny too. There's another one of the books that didn't make it in the Bible where Jesus literally says to enter the kingdom of heaven, Mary must become like a man. Do you remember this? That actually is in one of the
Yeah,
other
I think
those ones that didn't make it in.
I think I know what you mean, but I don't know where
Yeah,
that
because
is.
Peter is like, she's a woman, Lord. She can't go to heaven. And then Jesus says she will become like a man, and then she will enter heaven.
Yeah.
It's like, what the? I don't think this is translated correctly. This can't be what what they were writing about.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like simple things like the equality difference between women and men in the Bible. Like it's clear as a bell that women were considered property in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
In the 10 Commandments, women are listed next to cattle of what not to covet.
Yeah.
And
Might have been you said something that I have been using a bit, which is like you know, because if you talk to a Christian about that, for example, they'll say, well, it was written for the time that it was in.
Mm-hmm.
It was written for that.
Well, let me guess.
And then I think,
Let me guess.
yeah, go ahead.
And then you say, oh, is God the type of God who grades morality on a cultural curve? Is that what you said?
No, okay, maybe it wasn't. I heard this from somebody, but they said, well, didn't God have them like cut off the tips of their penis?
Yes. Yeah.
Like if you're able to do that,
Yeah, I've said that
like
too.
Anything else is secondary, right?
Yeah.
Like it seems like if you're willing to go, like what else won't you do?
Yeah, I'm
would do
imagining
that, but no, women are second.
Yeah, I'm imagining Yahweh talking to Jesus and saying something like, no, Yahweh, we can't tell these people not to have slaves. This is part of their culture. Okay. Well, tell them to clip off their parts of their penis. Okay, done deal.
It really would be probably the funniest thing ever if we die and God is there and he's like, hey, I really do care about your genitals though. That's kind of what it was all about. Just to be the funniest. No, really? No way. This was your number one priority? You made everything?
Do you know what?
And this was the whole plan.
Getting back to the marriage part and women being property,
Yeah.
do you know what the Hebrew term for marry is? What it really means?
No.
It means to take. Thanks, Kip Davis. It means to take.
Yeah.
But
That's
to be fair, though,
sounds like
Kip,
what God would say.
to be fair, though, it's to take after you get permission from the Father. Every marriage,
Right.
I think this is true. Every marriage in the Bible is a business deal between two men.
Right.
So it is kind of gay.
Yeah, if you think about it. Yeah.
So gay
Two guys making
gay
a
marriage
deal.
is supported in the Bible in a way, but it's a bit, take my daughter.
Yeah. It's funny too. One of the things this is changing topics a little bit, but when you were talking to the woman who was saying that she left, at the tail end, she was describing how, which maybe this was the whole time, but she was describing how she was a pastor's daughter.
Yeah.
And the amount of like view that was coming down on that and how much attention people were paying to her actions. And I do think that's another thing that's really, it still permeates Christianity where like, if there's a young woman who has any sort of impropriety, oh, it's, like this is horrible. You're terrible. But there's still churches where like young men might be doing messed up stuff. And it's like, boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys. Yeah.
And I'm always surprised by that because you'd think like in a church, they would we want to seem fair and even. We want to seem open, kind of a thing. I don't know.
I would love to see a survey on this, but I think like it's expected among Christian communities that pastor kids will leave because there's this, it just happens so often.
Yeah. But I think that's true. I would be really interested there's no way to find out, but I would be really interested if we could find out like what's the percentage of male pastors' kids versus female, daughters and sons that walk away and their reasoning for it. Because I think that I personally know several pastors' sons who have walked away and then came back and then left and been in and out, and it's always like guilt driven. And I only know 2 pastors' daughters who have both walked away, and both of them it was just a morality thing. They were like, hey, this is wrong.
I sometimes wonder if guys like Sean McDowell will ever walk away because he's a pastor's kid and he's not a stupid guy. He wrote his dissertation on just how bad the persecution, the martyrdom stuff is. And he's still there. And you could be cynical and say, well, it's because of the money. His job and the income is based on Christianity. But at some point, he has...
I'm sure at his deathbed, we'll hear the confessions that he walked away right at the end. And, the Christians will say, no, that, they just plant that's, atheist propaganda. But I'm sure he'll walk away right at his deathbed.
I don't know about that. Or maybe it's because
That
he's
was a
married
joke.
and his wife, like he loves his wife and he knows that she'd be devastated. But I knew that too. Yeah. But I rationalized it as saying like, if we were both married atheists and she became a Christian, would I, tell her, don't be this way, or I'm leaving you, no, or don't go to church? I would never say that. And so the converse should be true with me.
Yeah.
But
what was your confidence level that you were like going to stay together
when you
told her? Like, were you nervous or like you thought I mean, did it have the possibility to end it? You felt like?
Oh yeah,
or-
yeah, it was definitely possible, but I was pretty confident. I'd say 2/3 confident. Like it hit me hard that the deepest things in life we no longer shared, like our worldviews.
Right.
But as Ita said, jokingly, I knew the verse in the Bible says, "Hey, if your spouse becomes an unbeliever, don't divorce them unless they've been unfaithful," which I
Right.
wasn't. So, yeah. So I kind of had that in my back
Yeah.
pocket to keep me.
And did you
calm.
tell her, don't you feel the energy here?
That's the reference
Sorry,
to the
it's still-
preacher man. If nobody got that joke.
It's been so funny to me. Don't you feel the energy here, man? I'm gonna get that tattooed. Don't you feel the energy here? My point proven.
I have this internal conflict with him. Like, if he calls in again, do I let him on? Like, at some point, am I just beating up the stupid kid at school?
Do you think he's leading a cult? Yes or no? Lean yes, lean no.
Lean yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that you are helping legitimize the cult by having him on your show?
No.
I don't know, because I mean, you make clips. I'm wondering, does he have his clips?
Okay.
His people get together. I want to show you guys. This is a PineCreek. I debated it on
Okay,
the
you're pushing
internet,
back in
and
a nice way, and I appreciate that. But, and I hear what you're saying. You're saying I'm legitimizing him by putting these short clips.
I don't know.
Well, okay.
I'm asking what you think.
I am sensing from you, you're putting daggers into my heart and wanting to rip me open. But let me defend myself. I actually think that some of his cult following, if he has one, I'm imagining 6 people right now.
Right.
They're actually going to see those short clips, see our interactions. And at first, they might say things, "Oh, my guy demolished you. He just cleaned your clock." But then they're actually going to laugh and say, "Hey, Doug and this preacher man, they're actually getting along. They're having a good time." And they're going to say, "Yeah, Doug's not a bad guy. He's just, he's wrong and he's lost and all that stuff." And it's going to make them more open to hearing me talk when he's not there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I have pushback again. Hopefully, they don't have the same attitude that you do about strangers. Because if they do, they'll go, "I don't care what the, this guy
but that's
saw him
about
for
personal
2
attacks.
hours. He seemed silly." I'm glad, he was nice enough and that was good, but I don't respect somebody I don't know. I don't care what he has to
Right.
say.
I'm not asking them to respect me, but they're more likely to hear what I have to say. They might not respect me as a person because they think I'm going to hell in a handbasket, but they, like, someone you hate viscerally, like you just can't stand to be around them.
Right.
You're not going to even hear them, right? But if someone's likable, they're more likely to be heard, and then there's a greater chance that they'll actually maybe investigate something I said, and it will lead to something else, which will lead to something else.
You're planting the seed.
I am planting the
seed. You may not get to reap, but you at least plant the seed. Well, you know what? And that's, I think, why I like talking to you, because I get to be one of the ones you did reap. You didn't plant this seed.
I reaped you?
But you reaped me hard. I'm sorry, this is going to be demonetized. That's my fault.
Okay, for the hearing impaired, it's reaped. R-E-A-P-E-D. Reaped. I reaped Jack.
Yeah, this is one of the few times that Christians will be the only ones not offended right now. They'll be like, "Yeah, I know what that means. What are other people thinking?"
I'm laughing for another reason too. When you made me laugh and I leaned over, I actually hurt myself.
Oh. Did you Charlie horse yourself?
No, a manly thing.
Oh, because you have high T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't done that in a while, but you know how it happens as men? You kind of sit the wrong way.
Yeah. No, I have a small puppy, and I love playing with her. We always are having fun. We were playing the other day, and she loves to chase, throw all that. And I stood up right by the couch, and right on the armrest of the couch, I impacted myself.
Yeah.
And then I tipped over, and then the dog thought I was still playing it, so she jumped right on top of me and started nipping me. And I was kind of like you. I found myself no, not in the important areas, but I found myself laughing in pain. And then my fiance thought like, oh, he's having a great time playing with a dog, and I was just
just as we're talking about
down.
this comes up on my live stream chat. Best of
They're listening, Doug. This is the algorithm.
Yes,
they know.
we figured it out.
Right. They're like, this is the type of people that we want on our site. Is the
I gotta try.
We're
No,
a
seriously, I
target
gotta try
audience.
this next live stream. Just we're talking about something, nothing to do with sex or
Yeah.
anatomy, and then all of a sudden I'll just say balls, and then just
Yeah,
wait see
yeah,
how long
see
it
what
takes for.
happens. Yeah. Oh, well, I can't believe it didn't pop up when you were talking about going to a church to get a spouse. Like that's when it's not listening very well then, because that's when it should have popped in.
Maybe it popped in because I said I reaped you.
That's really funny that the algorithm misheard that.
Okay, Jack, I like you, so I'm gonna ask your
Yeah.
advice.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were gonna kick me out.
No, not yet. I'll do that later.
Okay.
What should I do with my channel going forwards? Because
This
that I'm
channel right
getting-
here, or your new channel?
No, this channel. Because I'm kind of getting bored with let's
Yeah.
listen to Sean McDowell say the same thing for the millionth time, or let's listen to J.R. Warner Wallace or whatever. What should I do?
Okay, here's what I would honestly suggest. If I were you, I would look into other forms of Christian media that's not just YouTube guys to talk about, or like, for example, there's a whole like series of Christian comedy that you could go into and rip apart, or there's a whole, or you could go into like Christian dating advice.
But there's only
Or,
like
things
2 or
like
3
that.
funny Christians on the planet.
There, if even. That's not true. I think Christians are very funny. I remember laughing at a lot of pastors while they were preaching when I was a Christian. So, but yeah, you can go into it and talk about like, okay, what you think was good, what you think was bad, and what advice that you agree with and disagree with. I mean, my favorite videos that you've ever done are the ones where you agree with 90% of whatever somebody's saying, and then you have a brilliant Doug spin on whatever their perspective is, and they get shredded.
And like what Ita
And
said
I
before,
walk
like
away.
she said, I know you're getting bored of this stuff, but it's still helping people.
Yeah.
But
Well, how long have you been doing this?
since I started my channel October of 2016, so over.
Yeah, I feel like this would be the conversation if I just found out you were cheating or something. How long have you been doing this?
Didn't you sense there was something wrong, Jack?
I did feel the energy here, and it wasn't good. Yeah. Okay. So you've been doing this a long time. I know I've watched quite a bit of your videos. They're a good long drive, and they put me to sleep like that. No, they're a good, like, if I'm on a long drive, I like putting them on and listening.
Yeah, but like I look, you know who Apologia is, Myth
Yeah.
Vision, and all these. They're basically similar channels to mine, but I can't really see myself doing what they're doing, and they themselves must be getting sick and tired of it. Like they're asking the same question I'm asking: is how much more of this can we do?
But hold on, there's a difference. You do this for one reason, and that's your own entertainment.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, I think you can have a lot of fun doing something like, hey, I watched 40 minutes of a Christian movie, and I'm going to play a couple clips and talk about this. And I think you could find stuff that would be genuinely humorous, and I think also still able to reach a Christian audience who might go like, hey, I saw Fireproof, and I thought it was an excellent film. And then you might go, okay, let's just, this is just a.
But that's still
Rand's
asking
opinion.
so much of me, like, because I like Breaking Bad, I like Dexter, I like the cartel shows on Netflix, I like Pulp Fiction. Like, that's the genre I like, right?
Right.
Now, think about Christian movies.
Right. So this is how you have to do it. I mean, this is an honest, off the top of my head, but an honest suggestion. Well, what you should do, you do poker night 2 nights a week,
Mm-hmm.
right? Why don't we add a third night that stream a Christian movie? Everybody, you're sitting at home, you bring a beer, we're in the Zoom call, and just, like, what's that old show, Mystery Science Theater 3000 style?
But there's only like one Christian movie, maybe 2 a year. Like,
I think that the farther back you look, the more you would realize that there is, and again, it doesn't have to be a movie. I mean, it could be a comedian, it could be some guy writing a dating
Like I tried
thing,
TikTok,
you know.
and it was
I know you did.
I just hate that platform. It's just horrible.
I was one of the first people to follow you.
Really?
I was right there. Yeah.
What's your name on TikTok? Jack?
It's probably like the Jack V or something like that.
Really?
But I've got a couple videos on there. They're not very good. There's only one video that has any likes, and it's where I made a little bit of a racist joke. It was very light, and it got way more views than anything. And then I was like, I don't think TikTok's a good place. I was being silly, but why do you guys like this? You know, like,
Well,
I don't want to be a part of any club that would have me as a member.
Like-
all right.
Yeah, that's a good saying. But when people follow me on TikTok, like on YouTube, I can just very quickly highlight their names and know how many followers they have, whether I should follow them back. There's none of that in TikTok. Like, like who's this following me? Like, do I just
and
randomly
even
start
worse,
following people back? Or
So, yeah, you know, you go on that what do they call it? Their homepage, the For You page. So if you're like on there, like a lot of times they'll pop in people who are streaming. And I know you were even commenting on it. I think it's how people get so many views, because if you like something similar, you'll go through your thing and then that pops up. But it doesn't give you any like option to give, like you can comment, I think, but you can't say like, I'm not interested in this creator or I don't want to see this. I mean, like for me, I'll go on there and for some reason, like gamers, like people streaming them playing a video game pop up. I'm like, I don't want to watch this. Why is this on my stream?
Yeah.
And I there's nothing I can do to adjust. It's made for
well, you
children.
can press the.
It's made for
like,
those type.
If you press it, you get a little heart pop up, right? So it
No,
tracks your hearts.
on the live you can do hearts, but you can't do like, and on normal videos you can literally push like, I'm not interested in this,
Right.
or it's not for me. And not in the live stream. The live stream you can skip it and that's it. At least that's what I found out. I'm sure there's somebody in the comments who's younger than me who's saying, no, you idiot. What you need to do is, and then giving instructions.
So you want me to do movies and comedians? Like I've already done comedians.
Really?
All three of them. Yeah, I got content on them.
Who did you do?
Oh, the red-haired guy who made fun of the Noah's Ark family. Oh, I forget his name. Maybe.
I'll have to try to find it on YouTube.
Yeah, I think I did
And
it.
see when you did that.
I did Ricky Gervais side by side with this Christian comedian, both talking about the Noah's flood story, and both of them basically saying the same thing.
Right.
And in one case, the Christians are cheering and laughing. In another case, Ricky
And the
Gervais
other one,
they're
they're
booing.
offended.
Yeah, they're offended.
Yeah.
And they're basically saying the same
Yeah.
thing.
No, I think that's interesting. I also think there's another aspect of Christian comedy. So the only reason I bring that up is I've watched especially when I was young, I watched a ton of them. They had like there's a series. It's called something silly, like, I think it's called Bananas. It's something silly like that, but where they have Christian comedians perform in some club in the middle of nowhere that Christians are desperate for it. And
Oh, and
it's one of the
speaking of
things
bananas,
where-
you know that bananas falsify evolution, right? They fit perfectly in your hand. They have a little handle. Did you know that? That falsifies evolution?
Oh, the dating thing popped up again.
Banana.
That's very funny. But as a kid, I used to watch him, and I think what's funny with their type of stand-up is the best Christian comedy is the ones that don't seem like they're Christian at all. They're just clean. You know,
Like Jerry
people think
Seinfeld.
that guy. Yeah, kind of like Jerry. But I mean, when's the last time he said anything funny? I mean, let's be honest. His show was excellent, but
Yeah.
go watch what he's doing right now. It's why am I doing this? Well, it's not very good. It's not good. He could be on the Christian comedian circuit and he would do quite well. He would kill. But like that guy, like Brian Regan is a good example. You know, he's clean, and so people think he's Christian. Like he could easily play it and kill if he went to a
Yeah.
Christian club. And those are the kinds of guys who did really good.
Or
And so they're kind of fun to watch.
That conservative country guy, Foxworthy, he was clean.
Yeah.
Like the biggest
exactly.
comics in terms of revenue have been the clean ones.
Oh yeah, because they can play anywhere, anytime, any place.
Yeah.
They can show up and they'll kill.
Which means why isn't my YouTube channel bigger? Because I'm pretty clean.
Flashback to 10 seconds ago, a banana fits in your hand. What?
That's just because
I'm
you're dirty
clean. I've
mind.
never said anything. Yeah, you're right. Well, yeah, that's me. But that shows who your audience is, right? I mean, if that's how I'm thinking, that's 90% of the people.
Well, and I said the F word today. I don't know if you probably didn't hear that. I said the F word today. But I was just quoting someone else. Who was I? I think it was today I said the F word.
Who are you quoting? Quentin Tarantino?
No. It's a guest came on. Oh, and he was a Christian too. The very first guest I had on today.
Yeah.
He said, I can't even say it right now. I can't.
Yeah.
I can't say.
So I'm telling. Though I wish I saw that. Nothing like you're. This brings you joy. You like doing this. Nothing makes me happier than when a Christian gets serious enough to cuss. Because you know what I mean. They do it like they're. And I think that son of a. It's something that I don't. And you're like. You felt right in the moment, but you still couldn't quite pull that trigger. You were right there, and then just pulled back right at the last second. I love that. Very entertaining.
But it is kind of weird. Like I'm not exaggerating or anything. That because of my Christian background, there's certain words I can't say easily.
Yeah.
Like I have to really work.
Yeah.
I told my wife yesterday. We went to the Outback Steakhouse, and
sorry, I just thought of something funny. There are certain words I can't say, like "I respect women." I mean, it's just I can't. It's my Christian background. I don't feel that way, but I just can't say it.
But I told my wife that a long time ago, people gave me money to say the F word, and it got up to like I think it was $250.
Wow.
And people started super chatting.
Yeah.
And finally I had to do it. I said, okay,
Yeah.
if I get up to this level, I'll do it. And it hit that level. And I told my wife that yesterday, and she was just so disappointed in me. You could see the look in her eyes.
Why?
Because I was a sellout. I was a gigolo, yeah. Well, speaking of
So
which,
funny.
my wife is calling right now.
Oh, are you in trouble? I've never seen you be in trouble on stream.
Hello?
Okay, good. Now he can't hear me.
I'm still live, by the way.
We're free to talk. We don't, he's not paying any attention. You can say how
Yeah.
you really feel about Doug. This is your time.
Yes. I was just talking about you, and then you called.
Speak of the devil.
Well, no, it was good, but it was. I'll tell you later.
Okay, yeah, just go ahead and tell me later. I should just be the other side of the conversation. Oh, I love you, Doug. You're great. I don't like
Okay.
your show though. It makes me upset.
Nope. Okay, bye. Oh, it's nice of you to vamp while I was talking.
Oh yeah, I just plugged myself. I plugged everything I sell. I sell shirts. I sell pants. I told everyone the links. No,
Are you a salesman?
It's nice that your show. No,
In real life?
it's nice that you're. I would hate being a salesman.
too.
No way. I like talking to people, but I would never lie to somebody and be like, "Hey, you should buy this." But yeah, I love how relaxed your show is. You just take a call.
Well, usually
Right
I say
in the
it's
middle of it.
Allah
It's
or
like-
Yahweh calling, but this time I
Yeah.
was honest.
Yeah, because we have a connection. Why would you? You can't lie to me. I know that Yahweh doesn't call you. You're not on his list.
What was the joke you told me? The offensive, the personal attack you did on me during poker?
You want me to repeat it here?
Yeah, and I thought it was so clever.
Well, wait,
Oh,
who I said you look like?
No.
Or the
no. Oh, that too.
when you went to break. I don't want to do that. That was I
You
feel like that was too
tell
far. I
everybody
feel bad about it.
Who you called? You said I look like.
Okay. If anyone in here is old enough to remember the show MASH, the only character who went from the movie to the show was Radar. And I told Doug, you remind me of Radar, which is an insult because Radar is not attractive. That was a burn, and it was not nice of me. He invited me. He said, "Hey, you want to play poker with me?" And I just stabbed him in the back. But I know what you were going to say that I said that you actually laughed at.
Okay, wait a minute. Hang on.
Go ahead.
Let's stick on Radar for a
Yeah,
second.
put up a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said Radar was unattractive, right?
Yeah.
Look at this face. Oh my goodness,
sorry,
I
man.
see it now.
Oh no. I'm so sorry, man.
You're right.
Oh man. Yeah. That's so funny. Yeah. Hawkeye, I just thought that you and what's the other guy's name? I don't remember the other characters.
Yeah, his best
You
friend.
and the Colonel. Yeah.
But no,
and
this is the other funny thing you
go ahead.
said during poker. You said,
You want me to do the poker when you said during break what I should do?
yeah, I said during break because he was doing poorly he was losing money left and right, and I
Okay.
Hey, wait, hang on, Jack. and I said, well, during the break, why don't you find a YouTube video and learn how to play poker? And then you said,
And then I said, yeah, I'm looking it up right now. How to play poker with amateurs. Okay, I'm watching it.
and that was the funniest thing I've heard in a while.
Well, I'm glad I can make you laugh. I mean, you've helped me, destroy my hope, meaning, and purpose, and have a bleaker outlook on life and lose Christianity. So I'm glad I could at least repay that. And no, you know what? You've made me laugh. I think there's a lot of times where I'll listen to your stream and find myself laughing at something, and then my fiance will say, "How much of that dude can you watch? Why are you watching that guy?
You sound like Jerry Seinfeld now.
Why are you watching? You don't believe? He doesn't believe? What's there to watch?"
Are you an Orthodox Jew?
That I felt that in there too. Oh, that's funny you said that. We were watching that show. What's that? King of the Hill. You remember that show?
Yeah.
And there's the episode where Hank's mom is with a Jewish man, and Bobby starts doing impressions of him, where he's like, "I wants that I should do that," but he thinks that it's an Arizona accent. So then he's like, "That's so Arizona. What? You want I should do that?" Arizonans. And it was making me laugh pretty hard. It's a good bit.
Well, you are a funny guy, but the fact that you laugh at me tells me that you think I'm funnier than you. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah, you can tell yourself whatever you want. It's your show. I'm honored to be a guest. I can't believe I've even been allowed to be on this long.
Oh, what did he say? That was perfect timing. Oh, my comedic timing. We didn't plan that. He said it and he's gone. Jeff Goldblum, yeah. I bet you he's still talking, doesn't know he's gone yet. Well played. Hey, I'm a professional. Jack is an amateur, but I'm a professional. When Jack goes to bed at night, he puts his head on the pillow and he looks up to the ceiling. He's staring at my picture. And his fiance is jealous. You and T-Jump live at the same time. Oh, is he live? Like, T-Jump must get bored of what he's doing. Kindergarten philosophy, time and time again. Yeah, maybe Thursdays will be comedian day. Which is not a big stretch from Christianity or Islam. Great vid, thanks for the time. I'll probably jump into poker this weekend and at least say hi. Yeah, and if people so desire, email me. If you've commented on my channel or been a guest, you're more likely to get in. But we have secret handshakes. And in order to play poker with us, we have underwear that you must wear. We have secret underwear. Poof. How long have we been going? 4 hours. That's about right. Someone do the timestamps for me this time, okay? It's a lot of work.